Chapter 354. Seeing Joseph leaving complacently, Chinrue smiled knowingly. He could guess most of Joseph's thoughts with his eyes closed. This was indeed the best opportunity to turn the tables. As long as he won all the economic control of the Dark Moon and made Jia a mere figurehead, he could get great appreciation from the capital. Not only that, he could also rely on the help of the Beelzebub royal family to try to accidentally eliminate his father, Josh, who had been playing the balance game. With the support of the capital, he could replace him without any dispute and ascend the throne of the Red Spirit Lord. As for Kaneda, after losing Josh, his biggest backer, he could only be slaughtered by Joseph. Even if he turned around and bit the Beelzebub royal family again, it was entirely possible. Joseph's idea was indeed correct. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so decisively. This was indeed a script to fully control the Dark Moon. Joseph was indeed an important role, but the real protagonist was someone else. Due to the God-eating mask and Jia's actions, Joseph had a preconceived notion that Aguile's Beelzebub royal family identity was unquestionable. So many actions and deliberately lurking around Jia was to subvert the Dark Moon and revive the grand plan of Beelzebub. Therefore, although this smiling tiger was suspicious by nature, after careful consideration of all aspects, he couldn't seem to think of any problems with Aguile's motives and plans. Little did he know that what he thought was the most impossible was actually the truth. This show would definitely be quite exciting at that time, but the director might not be able to watch it because he was likely to be directing another big show at that time. At present, he only had a few days left in the Dark Moon. After sending Joseph away, Chinrue didn't change his outfit. He went straight to the old stronghold of the Cloak Gang in the ancient house. Many details needed to be explained in advance, including some measures to cooperate with Joseph and the ways to deal with changes just in case. When he came to the number 4 street in the southeast block, he saw a lot of gang members surrounding the Cloak Gang from afar as if they were facing a formidable enemy. There were only 3 people on the other side. Chinrue walked forward slowly. Some people had already seen the arrival of the leader, so they gave way. Chinrue caught a glimpse of the disguised Sky, who was also mixed in the crowd far away, and there was a faint anxiety in his eyes. Sky's strength was already at the great Demon King level, but he showed such a fearful look. Could these people be related to his enemies? The 3 of them were all men. The young man in the lead had handsome facial features and a unique, gentle, and elegant temperament. One of the 2 men behind him was tall and strong with extraordinary might, while the other was thin and weak, looking very tired. However, Chinrue could tell that these 2 people were not simple, especially the old man, who gave him a faint feeling that he was no match for him. Chinrue immediately activated analytical eyes, and the data displayed shocked him. The young man in the lead, race, greed royal family, comprehensive strength assessment, B+ physique, B- strength, C spirit, B+ agility, B tall man race wrath royal family, comprehensive strength assessment, A- physique, A- strength, A spirit, C+ agility, A emaciated old man, race, greed royal family comprehensive strength assessment, A+ physique, A strength, A spirit, A+ agility, A+. 1 peak stage Great Demon King and 2 Demon Emperors. The Demon Emperor level had reached the level of a General Great Lord, and one of them was at least an advanced stage of the Demon Emperor. Maybe he was even a Demon Overlord. These 2 Demon Emperors seemed to be led by the Great Demon King level young man. It seemed that the gentleman should be a noble of the Bloody Empire royal family. His identity was extraordinary. If they were really Sky's enemy, then if there were any changes, he was absolutely unable to match them alone. If the old man's true strength reached the Demon Overlord level, then even if Paglio made a move, there was almost no chance of winning. Chinrue's mind turned quickly, but his footsteps did not stop. He had already walked to the front of the 3 people. Master, these 3 people want to see Master Xingxing. I told them that the Master doesn't see outsiders, but they actually want to barge in. In Didi's opinion, these three people were extremely daring. They actually dared to provoke the Cloak Gang and regarded the biggest force of the Dark Moon as nothing. But they didn't know that they had the strength to destroy the entire Cloak Gang. It turns out that they want to see Master Xingxing. Qinrui, who had prepared for the worst, was slightly surprised. When he heard that Didi seemed to want him to teach these three people a lesson in public to establish his prestige, he couldn't help but shake his head, secretly. They should still be giving face to Master Xingxing. Otherwise, no one in the entire Cloak Gang, or even the entire Dark Moon, can stop them. You're all too rude. These three are esteemed guests from afar. Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Rui's reprimand made the gang members, who were initially using Chen Rui's power to intimidate, suddenly silenced. Since the prestige of the Guile leader was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, they didn't dare to ask more and dispersed. "Excuse me, please come with me." Qinrui nodded slightly to the three and politely made a please gesture. The gentle young man smiled slightly and nodded. He walked toward the ancient house. The two Demon Emperor powerhouses behind him looked at each other and followed. Both parties came to the hall. The old goblin, Didi, was very sensitive. He immediately arranged for the maid to serve tea and snacks. "Please sit down." The young man didn't sit down. He looked at the surrounding environment with interest and said, "This must be the leader of the Cloak Gang, Sir Aguile. We did come from afar, and we only arrived at the Dark Moon City today. It seems that the intelligence of your organization is amazing." Of course, Qinrui wouldn't say that the analytical eyes data showed the races and strength of the three people. He said, "The members of the Cloak Gang are all over the Dark Moon, so we still have this little ability. This is the case. I heard that the famous Master Xingxing is in the Cloak Gang. We want to meet this mechanic master. May I ask for your names and origins so that I can pass the message on behalf of you? However, it depends on the master's own will to meet or not." "Humph, you're quite arrogant." The tall and muscular man behind the young man said, "What if we must meet? Master Xingxing is the highest-ranking guest of the Cloak Gang. I have no right to force him to do anything, and I will do my best to provide protection." Although Qinrui said so, judging from the three people's public request to meet Master Xingxing, it should be related to mechanics instead of real enemies. "Can you protect him? I hate guys who are trying to be mysterious the most. Take off the broken mask on your face first." The tall and muscular man sneered, and the momentum of his body gradually exuded. Qinrui only felt a majestic, murderous vibe breaking through the air and invading his heart and spleen. But the maids on both sides didn't seem to notice it. It seemed that this muscular man's power had been controlled to the realm of complete control. Qinrui's refined mind was extremely firm, and he had faced the demon overlord-level powerhouse more than once. He was also ravaged by Peglio during the special training. Therefore, this murderous vibe of the early stage of the Demon Emperor did not make him waver. His tone remained calm. "It's hard to say who will win or lose between us, but I'm not his opponent." When Qinrui said this, he looked at the seemingly weak old man. When the old man heard this, his small half-closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a glimmer of light like a treasured knife pulled out of a waste sheath. He actually frowned when he saw the destructive breath that Qinrui deliberately released in his eyes. It seemed that he didn't gain any advantage at all. All of this fell into the eyes of the gentle young man, and he looked slightly surprised. He began to reevaluate the strength of this little leader of the dark force in his heart. He still smiled and said, "If this is the case, how will you protect the master?" Qinrui looked at the young man and said unabashedly, "To be honest, in this unfavorable situation, I can only target Sir. Sir's strength has not reached the Demon Emperor level, and this is my territory. Perhaps you are the best hostage. Although this plan is quite risky, it seems to be the only way. On the surface, this sentence was a kind of sincere expression of kindness, but it was actually a further bluff. It faintly revealed that he had reached the demon emperor level, and this was the lair of the Cloak Gang. This would make the other party have scruples. If they really wanted to fight, Chinrue's first reaction was to escape, then he would get Paglio and even Garatum to deal with the three of them together. It seems that before we meet the master, we met an interesting powerhouse. The gentle young man smiled. His elegant and calm temperament seemed to be innate. It made people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze, and they couldn't feel any hostility. Compared to him, Joseph was just a hypocritical, smiling tiger. My name is Terrace. I came from the Bloody Empire. You can tell the master that the young man who gave him the Hell Feather Crystal in the Bloody Empire asked to see him. The master may have some impression. As the young man spoke, he sat down. This action made the brawny man's murderous aura suddenly converge, and the old man returned to his lazy appearance. Although Chinrue's plan was successful, he was secretly vigilant. The two powerhouses were almost obedient to the young man who was weaker than them. It seemed that the young man's identity was not ordinary. Chinrue gave a few instructions to Didi. Although the old dwarf had been standing far away outside the hall and did not hear the conversation between the two sides, he could tell that these three people were not trivial based on his observation. He immediately walked to the backyard. Soon, Master Xingxing followed the old dwarf out. When he saw Terrace, he was slightly surprised. It really is Royal Highness Terrace. Royal Highness? Chinrue thought, could it be the Bloody Empire's? Rumor has it that Master was kidnapped by a certain force of the Dark Moon and was forced to stay. Now it seems that the rumor is really unreliable. Terrace stood up and said with a smile, Master Xingxing's greeting was actually to remind Chinrue of Terrace's identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. Terrace was obviously an extraordinarily intelligent person, so he immediately reacted. Bloody Empires, Royal Highness, I'm so rude. Chinrue pretended to be enlightened and bowed slightly. Although it's only the first time we met, Sir Aguile left a deep impression on me. Terrace nodded to return the salute. Actually, it's me who was rude, but I believe Sir won't take Montero's little joke to heart. Okay, I know Master doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll go straight to the point. My intention this time is to invite Master to the Bloody Empire's capital as the Vice President of the Mechanic Association. Chinrue was secretly surprised. The purpose of this Bloody Empire prince coming here is to invite Xingxing to join the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association, and he is poaching in front of me without any taboo. This is the case. The Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association's president, the dual-specialized Master Nate, has recently realized something. He needs to meditate behind closed doors for a period of time. The association urgently needs a famous senior master to serve as the vice president. I have prepared a superior residence and the best laboratory for Master in the Bloody Empire's capital. As long as Master is willing to accept the invitation, you can get the title of the Bloody Empire, and your descendants will be hereditary nobles. Also, Master's lover, Ms. Sasa, can go with her family. This vice president doesn't have to be responsible for specific affairs, and he can also maximize all the resources of the association. He just has to represent the entire Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association to participate in some activities, such as meetings on certain occasions. It was already well known that Master Xingxing was obsessed with a goblin girl from the Cloak Gang. The treatment proposed by Terrace, especially the use of the association's resources and the hereditary title of nobles, was very tempting. As Terrace spoke, his eyes turned to Chinrue. Chinrue's eyes behind the mask were still calm. There seemed to be no fluctuation. Master Xingxing is a guest of the Cloak Gang. He is completely free, as long as he is willing. Even if he leaves, I won't have any opinion. When Xingxing stayed in the Bloody Empire, he was treated well by Terrace. Terrace provided him with a lot of materials for free without any request. He also gave him an extremely precious Hell feather crystal when he left. Master Xingxing had a good impression of this young man, so he promised to help him within his ability. Now that Terrace came to him and offered such favorable conditions, Xingxing immediately looked contemplative. After a while, the dark goblin master finally made a decision. "I'm sorry, Your Highness Terrace. Although your conditions are quite generous, I don't plan to go to the Bloody Empire, nor do I plan to serve as the vice president of the Bloody Empire Mechanic Association." Hearing this answer, Terrace was surprised. He put a magic communication talisman on the table and pondered for a moment. "Although it's very regrettable, I still respect Master's opinion. If Master changes his mind, you can contact me with this communication talisman at any time. This period is unlimited." Master Xingxing looked touched. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I've let down your kindness. I can promise to make any magic items for you for free as a thank you for your hospitality in the capital." Terrace smiled and said, "Then I'll thank you first. I'll have to trouble Master then." As he said, the Prince of the Bloody Empire glanced at Chen Rue. "I've gained a lot from meeting Master today and getting to know this admirable Sir Leader. By the way, Sir Leader, I came to the Fallen Angel Empire in an unofficial capacity this time, so—" "Sir Terrace, please rest assured that the people who came here today are just 3 old friends who are visiting Master." When Terrace heard the change in his address, the appreciation on his face was even stronger. "I heard that the Dark Moon has a lot of novel goods and the recently discussed treasure. Before leaving, I may stay for a few days to buy some special products back. I wonder if Sir Leader is willing to arrange a guide for me?" "Your Highness, it's my honor." Chapter 355. Master Xingxing's rejection of Terrace was within Chen Rue's expectation. In terms of the best mechanic conditions, although the Cloak Gang's existing laboratory was not as good as the Bloody Empire's, it had an advantage that the Bloody Empire and even the entire Demon Realm didn't have, which was refining materials. Terrace might be able to provide some rare high-purity materials to Xingxing, but here, Xingxing could use all the materials with the highest purity at will. There was no comparison at all. Although he still didn't understand how Chen Rue made these materials of the highest purity according to his teacher, as secret method, Xingxing didn't need to study these. As long as Chen Rue could continue to provide these materials to him, it would be fine. Not only that, in addition to his lover, Ms. Sasa, there was also Sky, a like-minded best friend, and the trio specialized mysterious genius who was most likely to become a mechanic Grand Master. The most important thing was that Sky's true identity was Fonsac, the vice president of the Mechanic Association of the Bloody Empire. He once mentioned to Xingxing the despicable act of the Demon Realm's top mechanic, who is also the president of the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association, Nate, using secret techniques to seize other people's skills and the persecution of Sky's family that year. Nate's power and influence in the Bloody Empire were very strong. Even if Sky stood up directly to expose it, it would probably be useless. Therefore, Xingxing would never jump into this fire pit to be the nuisance vice president. As soon as Terrace left, the old goblin, Didi, came forward and reported something to Chen Rue. Master Sky wanted to see him. Chen Rue recalled Sky's abnormality before, and he immediately walked toward the backyard. Master Xingxing also followed behind. Just then, a person walked out of the backyard. It seemed that he had just left. This was also an acquaintance, the Dark Moon's top potion master, Master Aldos. Aldos's face had a hint of joy. When he saw Aguile, he nodded slightly. Chen Rue also nodded in response. Aldos's sister, Sally, had never been willing to forgive her brother who lost his fortune and didn't even come to see their father before he died. After Chen Rue rescued her, he arranged her to be a salesperson in the magic cloak shop. For some reason, Sally and Sky, who had just lost their wife, actually met each other's eyes. Sally actually boldly took the initiative to pursue Sky. There was a layer of yarn separating a woman from a man. The result was naturally that Sky, the old tree that met Spring, would be eaten by an old cow. Sally was a very capable woman. After getting together with Sky, she also took good care of Eve and Alien. Under the mediation of her lover, Sky, the relationship with her brother, Aldos, began to thaw slowly. This made Master Aldos very grateful, and he supported their relationship in every way. Now, he came to the Cloak Gang to visit his sister. After Aldos left, Chinrue met Sky in the backyard. Under the treatment of the Flower of Mist and the Fountain of Vitality, Sky's curse had been completely lifted. His original aging appearance had also returned to the usual handsomeness of the dark elves. Coupled with his weathered eyes and sultry mustache, he could be considered as a charming old handsome guy. No wonder he could hook up with Sally. Sir Leader. When Sky's daughter, Alien, saw Chinrue's arrival, her big eyes glowed with excitement. She couldn't be bothered to play chess with her sister, Eve. She stood up and leaped over. Alien is getting cuter. Chinrue touched Alien's head as usual. He glanced at the shy girl, Eve, who was bowing to him from afar, and added, Eve too. Eve blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Her eyes were filled with joy. Well, your father has something to talk to Sir Leader. Let's go inside and play. Don't disturb them. Sally greeted her two daughters like a real mother. Alien glanced at Chinrue reluctantly. Then she pulled her sister and Sally into the house. Sally's attitude toward Igual was much better now, but she still muttered with dissatisfaction, What's so good about this guy with a mask? The two little girls like him so much. Sky didn't care about Sally's muttering and asked, Is Terrace gone? The old handsome guy used to be an upper-class person in the Bloody Empire, so he naturally knew the prince of the Bloody Empire. Chinrue nodded, and Sky asked again, What is his purpose in coming to Master Xingxing this time? Xingxing said, He wanted to invite me to the Bloody Empire to be the vice president of the Mechanic Association, but I didn't agree. I don't want to leave here, but Terrace didn't force me. This prince of the Bloody Empire is pleasing to the eye. I'm annoyed by that arrogant alias. Sky nodded slightly, but his face looked dignified. Xingxing, you're wrong. I'd rather face Alias than Terrace. You must be careful of this prince, who is known as a genius. Xingxing was taken aback. I think this person seems to be quite good. His reputation in the Bloody Empire is also very good. Are you mistaken? There's no mistake. Sky's eyes showed strong hatred. After I escaped from Nate's hands with my daughter under the desperate cover of my disciple, I asked this Royal Highness for help. As a result, Nate's pursuers immediately found my hiding place. If it weren't for our luck, my daughter and I would have died in the poison cloud abyss. If I say this is a coincidence, do you believe it? Xingxing was taken aback and kept silent. Terrace was the youngest son of the Bloody Empire's Lord Raisin. He could be described as a genius in the world. He was good at military affairs and had extraordinary wisdom. Besides, he was also good at business, politics, potion, mechanics, etc. He was almost an all-around genius. He was gentle, generous, and kind. He was very popular. The only regret was that this genius lacked the aptitude to stand side by side with wisdom in terms of strength talent. His progress was slow. Compared with his elder brother Alias, who had reached the Demon Overlord realm and several brothers in the Demon Emperor realm, he was still lingering at the great Demon King level. The Bloody Empire advocated force the most. Raisin the Great was one of the representatives. So in a sense, the possibility of Terrace inheriting the throne was almost zero. This also made him get along very well with his other brothers. Even Alias, who had always been arrogant and famous for his arrogance, looked at this younger brother differently. Chinrue thought of some details of his contact with him just now, and he nodded. This Terrace is by no means simple. In any case, we must be careful. If Terrace is really in the same group as Nate, then we can boldly make a guess that the invitation this time may be related to Nate's secret technique of absorbing other people's skills. Perhaps he is influenced by a trio-specialized genius master, so he wants to use unorthodox methods to achieve trio specialized proficiency, and then become the first mechanic Grand Master of the Demon Realm? Although unorthodox methods were a new term, Sky still understood the meaning at first. He said solemnly, "This possibility cannot be ruled out because Nate's secret technique has great limitations. If the other party is determined, it will be backfired, so deception is far more effective than kidnapping. If he wants to kidnap by force, I'm afraid no one can stop him." Master Xing Xing smiled bitterly. "I know the two people behind him. One is called Montero and the other is called Nilsa. They are both famous demon emperor powerhouses of the Bloody Empire." "That's not necessarily true." Chenrue's eyes lit up. "It turns out that the old man is called Nilsa. Since he is not a demon overlord, then it is much easier. Paglio should have no opponent at the demon emperor level. Even if Terrace has this idea, he probably won't do it now and ruin his reputation. What's more, Master revealed his identity as soon as he came up." Chenrue thought quickly for a while. "I need to leave for a while in a few days. I will make certain arrangements for this matter. Master Xing Xing should try not to go out during this time. Also, Master Sky, although your appearance can be changed with certain items, it is difficult to guarantee that the other party will not see through you. Please be careful. Alien and Eve should also pay attention." Sky nodded solemnly. Now that his women and children were here, if his whereabouts were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides, he would also implicate the Cloak Gang and his friends. In order to cooperate with Joseph's big gamble plan, Chenrue deliberately summoned Erix and Didi and carefully instructed them. After confirming that there was no mistake, he left the Cloak Gang. Back at the sheriff's house, Chenrue told Paglio about the appearance of the two demon emperor powerhouses. Paglio immediately patted his chest and agreed. Since the capital's plan was about to be launched, Chenrue couldn't stay in the Dark Moon for a long time. In order to unlock Paglio's seal faster, Chenrue used deep analysis to record all the ancient runes on the poison dragon. The strange thing was that others couldn't see the symbols around the poison dragon, but Chenrue could see them very clearly from the first time he met the poison dragon. It was probably because of the super system. These runes were not static. They were changing every hour. After long-term observation, it should be changing 12 times a day, and it would change again every 7 days. It was extremely mysterious. Judging from the previous experience in the Rainbow Valley, if the fairy dragon was asked to come to the Dark Moon to help Paglio dispel the magic, she would probably be more willing to study the runes on an enemy's corpse. Moreover, with Rala's moral integrity, any promise was unreliable, even if it was a silver box as a reward. Therefore, copying the runes to ask for advice was the safest and most effective way. However, speaking of Rala's research achievements in dragon inscription, Paglio, who had always been proud of himself, had to admit that he was impressed. Chenrue compared the space he realized in the Rainbow Valley with Paglio's special training and teachings one by one, and he made new progress. The concept of territory that had been vague had faintly taken shape. It had changed from relying on the galaxy territory to being able to operate independently, but he always felt that something was missing. Perhaps he needed an opportunity to fully master the power of Migra's state, which was also the most important prerequisite to break through to the next Fecta state. The higher the level of power, the more difficult it was to break through. The same was true for the super system. He must fully master the power of the current realm before he could have the opportunity to break through to the next level. On this trip, Chenrue had to go out to complete 2 things, learning ancient runes and completing the capital plan. He probably wouldn't have time to return to the Dark Moon like before. Before parting, Athena and Kia were naturally reluctant to leave. In the last 3 days, they were together almost every moment. It was extremely gentle and lingering. Fortunately, there was a guy with a bad mouth who had gone to do closed-door training. Otherwise, Chenrue would definitely be crowned as a stud horse, a man who had sex 7 times in one night, a wolf for a day, and so on. In fact, compared with the usually generous Athena, the little maid who looked obedient and honest was much more active in bed. In front of her beloved man, the succubus bloomed herself unreservedly and served him wholeheartedly. The various skills inherited from the bloodline were even better than those in the love art blockbusters in the memory of a certain guy, allowing him to enjoy the happiness of love. Of course, he did not neglect the female sheriff who was cleverly regarded as the legal wife by Kia. He didn't know what method Kia used to convince Athena. On the last night before he left the Dark Moon, the little maid pulled the somewhat shy female sheriff and appeared at his bedside. A certain guy's eyes suddenly widened. He felt that his beast blood was boiling like never before. Could this be the legendary third one? That night, it was said that the wolf's howl could be heard within 10 miles of the sheriff's house. The next day, a refreshed Chinrue appeared on the road to the capital. In the whole plan, the curtain of the most critical play finally opened. In the fallen angel capital, when the figure of the palace senior consultant, Charles, swaggered and appeared at the city gate, the guard seemed a little surprised. Then, Chinrue came to Isabella's house through the inner city. When Isabella learned of his arrival, she immediately greeted him and took him into the mansion. Isabella's face showed a rare seriousness. Her first sentence was, "Why do you still dare to appear publicly?" Chinrue asked curiously, "Why do you ask?" "Did you kill Lorden?" Chinrue asked noncommittally, "Is it the heir of the Lincoln family? Is he dead?" Isabella frowned and said, "This matter has been investigated. When you left the capital for the Red Spirit Estate that day, Lorden, the people of the Deanlai family, the Ryan family, and the Collateral Royal family, Mia, went to trouble you. As a result, the bodies of several people were found in the woods in a mountain. Nearby was the road to the Red Spirit Estate. Especially Lorden, he was killed in an extremely cruel way. Not even his bones were left. Only some secret method was used to detect that the remaining flesh and blood were. Isabella, what do you want to say?" "By now, Charles, it's useless for you to deny it. Several victim families have unanimously determined that you killed Lorden and the others. You are in big trouble now." Chinrue shook his head. "Why don't you ask Lorden and the others why they came to trouble me? No matter what the reason is, they are dead now, but you are still alive. This is your biggest trouble." Isabella sighed. "Pierce is the chief magician of the Deanlai family. Leston is the son-in-law of the Ryan family and the most promising person in the family to become the Demon Emperor. Lorden is the heir of the Lincoln family. These three are all the elder families of the capital, not to mention the royal family, Mia. This matter has been in an uproar. I'm afraid even the Royal Highness Regent can't protect you." Chinrue said calmly, "It's not that he can't protect me, but he may not be willing to protect me. This is a fatal disaster. I heard that your younger brother, Samuel, has escaped from the Red Spirit Estate after hearing the news. His whereabouts are still unknown. He is probably trying to return to the human world. But there is no but." "Now," Isabella interrupted him, "before the guards get here, you have to leave quickly. If you can, return to the human world immediately and never come to the demon realm again." Chapter 356. In Chinrue's eyes, Isabella's beautiful face was full of anxiety and worry. There seemed to be no flaws. Chinrue's mind moved, and he shook his head resolutely. "No, I haven't completed the family's mission, haven't achieved the true wish in my heart, and—" As Isabella was about to speak, her hand was suddenly held by Chinrue. Then 2 fiery eyes shot over. "I haven't gone to the Holy Light Mountain to pick that snow dowlet and give it to you. So I will never leave like this." Isabella felt the heat from those hands. When she heard the last 2 sentences, her blue eyes finally fluctuated slightly, and a strange expression flashed across. Chinrue had already felt that someone was hurrying over from outside. His heart moved, and he held her hand tightly. He added, "Madam." It was a maid who rushed over. She happened to see Chinrue holding Isabella's hand. She was taken aback, but there was still a little panic on her face. Not good. General Doran, personally, led the Imperial Guards to surround this place. Isabella was shocked when she heard the words. She felt that there was a box in her hand, and the fiery hands had loosened. Innie, you go to see the regent later and hand him the things in this box personally. Just say that it is a gift from me this time. This may be my only turning point. Remember to hand it to Royal Highness Obsidian, personally. Before Isabella could speak, another maid hurriedly reported, General Doran has broken in. Chinrue took a deep breath and gave her a reassuring look. A loud, bell-like voice sounded and echoed throughout the house. Madam Isabella, I'm ordered by the regent to lead the army to arrest the suspect Charles. Madam, please take this person down quickly, so as not to hurt the innocent people in the house. The voice appeared in front of her in an instant. It was a tall and strong man wearing a dark red armor with a mustache. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to Sergei. His eyes were overflowing with fierceness. It was Sergei's father, the second general of the Empire, Doran. Russ. He was followed by a group of heavily armed soldiers. Analytical eyes showed. Race. Great demon mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment. A. Physique. A. Strength. A. Essence. A. Agility. A. All the mutated great demons who could reach the high level were the best who had been through hundreds of battles. Their actual combat power was even higher than ordinary royal families. This Doran was at the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor, which was still weaker than Athena's father, General George. However, my father-in-law should be close to the demon overlord now. It turns out to be the famous General Doran. We met once at the last ball. You came at the right time. I've been caught by Ms. Isabella. Chinrue smiled indifferently. He didn't have the slightest awareness of causing a huge disaster. Doran waved his hand, and a few ferocious Imperial Guards came up to capture Chinrue. Chinrue's eyes moved, and the Imperial Guards only felt a terrifying breath. They shivered and didn't dare to step forward for a while. Doran frowned. As he was about to make a move, he heard Chinrue said, I can walk by myself. After speaking, he didn't look at Isabella and walked out without looking back. Doran nodded slightly to Isabella and followed. Walking outside, Doran said, Sir Charles, no matter what, your courage is admirable, but I'm also acting under orders. Before your case is concluded, it's best not to let anything unpleasant happen between us. As a senior palace consultant, I think I have the right to ask to see Royal Highness Obsidian to explain some things. Doran pondered for a moment and nodded. Before that, you must put on this imprisonment shackle now. This is the rule. Chinrue looked at the pair of dark red shackles on a plate held by the Imperial Guard, and he slowly stretched out his hand. Suddenly he paused. This made Doran's pupils, who had been watching his movements, shrink slightly. He was about to launch a well-prepared blow. At this moment, Chinrue did not escape or resist as imagined. Instead, he obediently let the Imperial Guard put the shackles on and activated the magic circle on it one by one. Although Doran was surprised, he still breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this Charles could kill Leston and the others. It was very likely that he was a demon emperor-level powerhouse. If he really wanted to make a move, it would probably take a lot of effort. Now, can I go see Royal Highness Obsidian? Unfortunately, those who put on the imprisonment shackles have no power. Doran's face changed immediately. There was a trace of coldness in his gloomy eyes. Since the other party had been imprisoned by the shackles of activating the magic circle, there was no threat. This pair of shackles was specially made of superb magic materials. It could greatly reduce the power of the imprisoned person, making it impossible to use talent or magic. It especially had a special restraining effect on territory. Even a demon overlord couldn't break free. Of course, Since it took a long time to activate the magic circle, it was not suitable for use in battle unless Chenrue put it on without resistance just now. This answer made Chenrue silent. In fact, these changes were also expected. However, Doran didn't know that just about a year ago, there was a similar pair of shackles on this man's hand. Later, that pair of gold crystal shackles completely turned into auras. This pair of shackles was also of the same nature. Chenrue felt the conversion prompt in the super system just now, so he put on the shackles without resistance. If he wanted, he could turn this thing that could imprison a demon overlord into a pile of valuable magic dust at any time. Doran led the Imperial Guards all the way to a heavily guarded place in the inner city. It was the secret prison for serious criminals. General Doran! A fat guy hurriedly greeted him after hearing the news. He nodded and bowed to Doran. Warden Capon, this is a major suspect who killed the important members of the 3 elder families, Charles. You will personally take him to Independent Prison 13 now. During this period, no one is allowed to visit without the order of the regent, even Madame Isabella. This is the bold, and it is said that he hooked up with the capital's flower, Charles. And Prison 13? Yes. The fat man was taken aback, but he didn't dare to ask more. He immediately brought people to take Chenrue away. There was a sentry every 5 steps in the secret prison. The soldiers coming and going were orderly, and the security was quite strict. Walking into the passage, he could smell a damp and stinky smell. He could also faintly hear the sound of whipping and wailing in the distance. My name is Capon. I'm the warden here. In this secret prison, I'm the most powerful. As soon as the fat man entered the prison, he didn't have the respect and obedience he had in front of Capon. He completely changed his attitude. No matter what kind of big shot you were before you came here, now throw your original dignity and nobility down your ass. After listening to the fat man's declaration, Chenrue nodded cooperatively. Sir Capon, I understand. A cold light flashed in Capon's small eyes. Some people in prison were arrogant, some were angry, and some were afraid. The indifference shown by this Charles was the most annoying kind. Many people were like this when they first came in, but it wouldn't take long for this annoying expression to become begging and pitiful, because this guy was going to prison 13. The prisons they passed by were dark and filthy. When some of them saw someone approaching, they immediately shouted and even stretched out their hands as if they wanted to grab something. Some of them were lying on the ground or sitting in their cages, as if they had lost all hope. What was even more frightening were the cruel scenes. The most ear-piercing were the torture rooms. Even the bystanders shuddered when they heard the screams coming from afar. As for the female prisoners, the miserable treatment they received was almost indescribable in words. In fact, these prisons along the way were all relatively ordinary prisoners. They could be humiliated and tortured at will. This method was mainly used as a warning. Some of the felons in the real secret prison might be big shots, or they might have the possibility of turning over. Unless specifically instructed by the higher-ups, they would not be treated excessively. This Charles in front of him killed the important members of the 3 elder families and the royal family, including the heir of the Lincoln family. He was obviously not in this category, but Prison 13 itself was a natural hell. There was even no need for unnecessary torture. Having said that, to be able to brutally kill the people of the 3 elder families, especially Leston, this guy's ferocity and strength were indeed extraordinary. For a fierce person, the fat man still had a certain degree of fear in his heart. But when he saw the shackles on Chenrue's hands, he was a little more confident. Okay, now hand over all the extra items on you. I will return them to you when you go out. Of course, but there are very important items in it. You must keep them well. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Chenrue took off the space ring on his finger without hesitation. Remember to return it to me intact when you go out. When the fat man heard that there were valuable items, he became greedy and directly ignored the following words. A prisoner who is almost 100% on death row still wants to go out? Prison 13 was a separate prison. To be precise, it was located underground. Complicated magic circle imprints could be seen along the way. Although it looked cold and damp, there was no rotten stench. It seemed quite tidy. There was no one else in the relatively spacious prison. Chenrue was the only resident. "Sir Charles, please." Chenrue walked in slowly, and the prison door closed automatically. Kapong showed a strange smile. "Slowly enjoy the few good days you have left, sir." After that, the fat man turned around and left. He couldn't wait to count the belongings in the space ring that he just got. The cage began to show a strange light. Chenrue only felt his body sink. He actually became dozens of times heavier for no reason. It turned out to be the gravity cage. Although most of Chenrue's power was imprisoned by the shackles, he had trained in the gravity training ground for many years. This level was just child's play. With a thought, he still sat down cross-legged. Soon, the super system sent a warning of poison invasion. It seemed that this Prison 13 was really extraordinary. However, poison had only increased the amount of aura a little. Chenrue didn't refuse anything. No matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. The hospitality of Prison 13 was far more than that. The magic circle of the cage could further limit and weaken the prisoner's power. In addition to gravity and poison, there would also be lightning attacks every hour. The internal and external torment was unbearable. This prison was specially built to imprison powerhouses. It could destroy the will and power of the imprisoned person step by step. In the case of losing power, the torture of gravity alone was enough to make any powerhouse unbearable. For Chenrue, gravity and poison basically didn't need to be considered. Although lightning was a bit troublesome, his anti-magic and damage absorption physique reduced this trouble to a minimum. Compared with the lightning of the fairy dragon, these electric powers could only help him kill the bacteria on his body. Now, he only needed to wait patiently for Isabella to hand over the things to Obsidian. Killing the heirs and important members of the elder families was indeed a big trouble, but he believed that Obsidian couldn't refuse the temptation of that benefit. Even if he really broke the sky, Obsidian would probably play the male version of Goddess Nuwa in the Demon Realm. The capital's inner city, the Lincoln family mansion. Sir Patriarch, Madam, Charles has been escorted to the secret prison by General Doran. According to Warden Kabang, he has been detained in Prison 13, and the magic circle of the prison has been fully activated. The woman on the side gritted her teeth and shouted, "Great! Sartre, you go and contact Kabang now to torture Charles for me. We must not let the murderer who killed our child die too easily." "Don't worry." The patriarch of the Lincoln family, Sartre, looked much calmer. He sneered. Prison 13 was jointly built by a Grand Master and several masters tens of thousands of years ago. I'm afraid it is the only special place in the entire empire. Staying in there was equivalent to any kind of torture. The poison in the prison alone can erode his power step by step. Even a demon overlord-level powerhouse can't resist it when he is imprisoned. Let him enjoy it for a few days first, then we will go and visit the Sir Senior Advisor. I believe we are not the only one who has this idea. By the way, is there any reaction from Isabella? Sartre asked. Did she meet the regent to plead for mercy? It's very strange. She doesn't seem to have any movement. You go down first and continue to monitor closely for me. Report immediately if there is any movement. Yes. The capital's inner city, Isabella's mansion. Isabella sat in the room with an open box on the table. She was the only one in the entire room. Her white, jade-like hand was holding something. The shock on her face just now had gradually faded. She closed her beautiful eyes gently, and the words that the man once said appeared in her mind again. I will miss you every day, madam. I haven't gone to the Holy Mountain of Light yet to pick that snow dowlet personally for you. After a long time, her slender eyelashes raised slightly, revealing her emerald-like eyes. There was a faint sadness in her eyes. Then it turned into a kind of loneliness, and finally the coldness of ignorance. Bang! The object in her hand had been shattered. The dark liquid spilled on the ground through her fingers, soaked in, and disappeared instantly. Chapter 357. 3 days had passed. There was still no response. Chinrue felt a little strange in his heart. Although he didn't know if Isabella had encountered any problems, he wouldn't completely pin his hopes on that woman. At this time, the most reliable person was himself. However, he unexpectedly had a gain in the past few days. This gain was actually the weakening magic circle of the confinement shackles and cage in his hands. Chinrue tried it. Both confinement shackles and cage had a special effect on restraining territory power. As a magic circle expert and a top mechanic master, that kind of confinement magic circle aroused Chinrue's strong interest. He was not only interested in the magic circle itself, but also a sudden idea. Through this kind of magic circle, he could deduce the mystery of the territory. Even the makers of these devices, those deceased masters or grandmasters, didn't expect that one day someone would have such an incredible idea. They also didn't expect that this was a super mechanic and magic circle master with the insane skill of deep analysis. Moreover, that idea was really put into practice. There was no way to go, but there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. After looking at the problem from a different perspective, Chinrue unexpectedly touched some areas that he hadn't thought of before. Of course, the knowledge of magic circle and mechanics played a very key role. With the progress of deep analysis, even if he couldn't completely crack those complex and esoteric magic circles, the deduction of the territory began to become traceable. These confinement magic circles made Chinrue unable to experiment with new territory insights, but he had the super system. He could use skills at will in the training ground, and there were no time and frequency restrictions in reality. After his body adapted to the baptism of lightning and entered the training ground state, combining the positive and negative insights and his own understanding, Chinrue's stagnant Migra's experience value finally began to rise continuously. These days, there were people who delivered food to him. They were placed outside the cage. This cage was very strange. There was a gravitational field inside, and nothing could be felt from the outside. Chinrue was not afraid of poison, but he was not interested in the junk food that was hard to swallow. There was plenty of food in the storage warehouse, but to prevent surveillance, he usually ate late at night. On the surface, Charles hadn't eaten for 3 days. He didn't know if it was a hunger strike or he was tortured to the point that he didn't even have the strength to reach out to get food from the cage. On the 4th day, a person finally appeared in front of the cage of Prison 13. However, he was an unexpected person. Military Minister Rommel. Sir Charles. Chinrue's eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened and glanced at Rommel. "You've been wronged, Your Excellency." A faint smile hung on Rommel's face. "Lord Rommel, are you here to laugh at me?" Chinrue said with some difficulty. He seemed to be trying his best to maintain a calm tone under the pressure of gravity, but he couldn't hide his weak state. Rommel saw it and shook his head. "I'm here to help Sir Charles, and I have a reason that Your Excellency can't refuse." "Can't refuse? Doesn't Sir Charles want to leave this damn place?" Chinrue's tone had a hint of contempt. The people of the 3 elder families plus the royal family, especially the heir of the Lincoln family, all died in my hands. Do you think I can leave just because I want to? By the way, I have to leave during the execution. Let's look at it from another perspective. Lorden is indeed the heir of the Lincoln family, but he was born from a wife who married a collateral relative of the royal family. Furthermore, he has the bloodline of the fallen angel royal family. Patriarch Sartre is largely under the pressure of the royal family. No one wants the family business that they have built with hard work to eventually merge into the royal family, especially the elder families. Leston is just a son-in-law who married into the royal family. Although he has strength and potential, he is an outsider after all. Besides, he is already a dead person. How can he compare with the value that a living person can provide? As for the loss of Pierce and the collateral royal family, I can promise on behalf of the elder families that as long as Your Excellency provides enough benefits, everything in the past can be forgiven. Rommel paused, glanced at Chen Rui's expressionless face, and said, "As far as I know, Sir Charles should be the same as Sir Nero, a human aristocrat. There is no need to hide this information. I have confirmed it. What I'm interested in now is what kind of benefits can Your Excellency bring me? Perhaps it can match with the title of the palace's high-rank consultant awarded by Royal Highness Obsidian? I have to praise you for having a keen sense of smell. You actually smell the smell of benefits." Chen Rui praised, but he was not too surprised. Samuel's identity would definitely be investigated after this incident. His human identity might not be hidden from the insiders. Some things of the Red Spirit would also be known, such as the cooperation with Kaneda and Josh. It's a pity that I don't have the benefits that you can get. Rommel was slightly surprised. Even the elder family that I represent doesn't have this qualification? Chen Rui did not answer, but he asked with interest. I remember that General Doran once ordered that no one can come here to see me without the order of the regent. Sir Rommel is here today. Are you here on behalf of all the elder families or Royal Highness Regent? This was already a disguised refusal. Rommel frowned slightly. Sir Charles, you seem to be very calm. Do you still have some expectations for a woman, or can it be called fantasy? Chen Rui did not answer, but he waited for him to continue. Your Excellency is a very persistent person, which is admirable. But I have to sigh. You have always been used by that woman. Rommel sneered. You know, Isabella and I are political enemies. Under her instigation, you killed my coachman, Jardel. Therefore, in order to get rid of you, an enemy on her side, I instructed Lorden to launch an ambush on you. Unfortunately, they all died in your hands. In your opinion, this should be the case, right? If I say that I am not the mastermind behind the ambush, do you believe it? Chen Rui was still silent. According to my latest intel, before you were taken away by General Doran, you should have given her something and told her to pass it to the Royal Highness Regent. But what you don't know is that she has not gone to see the Regent until now. Chen Rui's eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise finally flashed across. Rommel's intention today is obvious. He is interested in the huge benefits that I may have at hand. According to this aspect, the possibility that the elder families or Rommel directly sent Lorden to ambush me is very small. Of course, it is not ruled out that he only learned about the existence of certain benefits after this incident happened. Although it sounds illogical that Isabella is the mastermind, she is worthy of suspicion in any case. If it is true, what is her motive? Charles is dead, and Obsidian's benefits are also lost. Is it to provoke the relationship between the elder families and Obsidian? Isn't Isabella Obsidian's confidant? Or this decision is related to that secret force? On the surface, that woman is intimate with me, and even a little ambiguous, but she is such a killer behind my back. It seems that she really lives up to the name of Devil's Snare Flower. Chen Rui thought of the scene when Lorden was induced to self-destruct, and he thought of the evil voodoo that he had been infected with. He seemed to have realized something. Rommel saw Chen Rui's contemplative look, and he seized the opportunity to say, in your current situation, I don't have to deceive you. As long as you agree to cooperate, our elder families, as the victims of this matter, can naturally be exempted from accountability. When the truth is revealed, that ruthless woman will get the punishment she deserves. You can deal with her however you want by then. This proposal made Chen Rui's brain turn quickly for a while. Isabella is a capable general under Obsidian, and Obsidian has always been restricted by the elder families. If I cooperate with the elder families, it may cause some conflicts between the two sides. In the long run, it can shake Obsidian's foundation. However, The identity and business in the human world are fabricated. The so-called huge benefits are just paying for it at present. It is not the time to harvest it yet. Moreover, in my plan, Obsidian is a launching center which cannot be changed. Therefore, I can't cooperate with the elder families now, and I have to use this to prove my determination to Obsidian. In fact, as long as Obsidian stands on my side in this matter, it can already deepen the contradiction between the two sides. This is also the reason why I didn't destroy the corpses after killing the 4 people. The only way to achieve this goal is to let Obsidian see greater benefits that are enough for him to openly oppose the elder families. Unfortunately, I can't believe you. Chinrue figured this out. With a firm look in his eyes, he raised his hand with difficulty and pointed to the cage. Even if what you say makes sense, even if it is in this situation. Rommel's pupils contracted slightly. Sir Charles, this joke doesn't seem very funny. Although I have always been patient with you, the old guys behind me just lack patience at this time. You must think clearly. This is a matter of life and death. Chinrue replied without thinking. I think I have thought about it very clearly, and I will not change it. Sir Minister of Military Affairs, it is too difficult to talk to you in this environment of gravity and poison. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Seeing that Chinrue closed his eyes in front of him and stopped talking, Rommel raised his eyebrows. This may be the worst decision Sir has made in your life. Hearing Rommel's footsteps fading away, Chinrue slowly opened his eyes. Rommel's arrival made him more suspicious of Isabella. Of course, he had never really trusted this devil's snare flower, but now he could no longer wait passively in the secret prison like this. He must find an opportunity to take the initiative to attack. Due to the deduction of the confinement magic array, not long before Rommel's arrival, his comprehension of the domain happened to have reached a very critical moment, and he could break through that layer of paper at any time. It was better to seize that glimmer of precious insight and enter the training ground to train first, not knowing how long had passed in the training ground. When Chinrue was awakened by a strange warning and opened his eyes, there were already 3 people in front of him. He only knew the leader, the patriarch of the Lincoln family, Sartre. Lincoln. This patriarch of one of the elder families had reached the early stage of the Demon Emperor. His usually smiling eyes were flashing with a cold light. The other 2 people, a man and a woman, both had the strength of the early stage of the great Demon King. Their faces were full of hatred. Judging from the posture of the 3 people, they were definitely not here to negotiate with him like Rommel. After the negotiation broke down, they started to take revenge and complain. The other party took the initiative to look for a gap. It should be the best time for Chinrue to take action. But forget about the 2 great demon kings. Sartre is a demon emperor. Does he have a chance? Charles, I don't know what kind of hatred you have with my son, Lorden. You actually used such a cruel method to kill him without leaving his bones. Sartre said sternly, These 2 people, one is Leston's widow, Teresa, and the other is Pierce's nephew, Taunt. You won't die too easily today. Strange images and voices suddenly appeared in front of the cage. It should be said that the reason for your failure is because someone provided the wrong information. This time you were just used by someone. I don't want to have too deep of a grudge with the Lincoln family, so I can spare your life. But you must first tell me who provided my whereabouts and information. Who instructed you to kill me? Then there was a burst of silver light. It was the scene that Chinrue recorded with the recording stone that day. Sartre looked slightly surprised, and he frowned. I didn't kill your son, but he was used by someone. Then, someone used a special method to trigger some kind of power in him to self-destruct. Chinrue shook his head, and his gaze fell on Teresa and Taunt. As for Leston's 3 people, I have no hatred with them. Since they came to kill me, they should be prepared to be killed. This is the most basic rule. Sartre had recovered from his thoughts and surprise, and he said coldly, I don't know how you created those illusions just now, But even if you didn't kill Lorden, he died because of you. No matter how sweet your words are today, you can't escape the fate of being torn into pieces. Do I have to obediently wait to be killed just because he wants to kill me? Chinrue wanted to retort, but it was obviously meaningless to argue with Sartre, not to mention that there were two enemies who could kill with just a look. The elder family was powerful, and they would not care about the so-called right or wrong at all, even if they were the unreasonable party. In addition, Rommel's previous interest negotiations had broken down, and he had now become the source of all the blame. It was impossible for him to let it go today. The fist was the real truth. Many times it was very sad for this truth, but he had to admit this truth. Do you think you can kill me today? Chinrue asked faintly. In fact, when Sartre appeared, he had already been secretly brewing and adjusting his power. You can defeat the joint forces of Leston, Pierce, and others, so your strength should be infinitely close to, or even reach, the Demon Emperor realm. I haven't fought for many years. Usually I may not have the confidence to win, but Sartre's body was steaming with a faint flame visible to the naked eye. He said, confidently, "This is prison 13 of the secret prison. I have a 100% chance of winning against an enemy who has stayed here for 7 days and hasn't eaten. What I want to ask now is, after the magic circle of the prison is removed, do you still have the strength to stand up and die?" Chapter 358. Sartre was cunning. Such a tone was a kind of psychological tactic to a certain extent. He had considerable confidence in this prison 13. More than one demon overlord had been imprisoned here, let alone a demon emperor like Charles. The special bone-eroding toxin alone could quickly corrode the power of the body. The role of the lightning was not only torture, but more importantly, it could accelerate the spread and erosion of the toxin. Coupled with the special imprisonment shackles on his hands, there was no need for any additional torture tools. It could be said that Sartre should be foolproof this time. Don't worry, you will die inch by inch. It will never be too fast. Despite saying this, Sartre still did not relax his vigilance. But he didn't know that, in fact, after he had a preconceived notion that Prison 13 was reliable, it was equivalent to relaxing his vigilance. The enemy in front of him was not a demon emperor, but in a sense he was more unimaginable than a demon emperor or even a demon overlord. At this time, the flashing magic symbols in the prison began to extinguish one by one. It seemed that Sartre had probably bribed the fat warden to torture and kill his biggest enemy step by step. Is your hatred really as strong as it seems on the surface? Although Lorden is your son, I heard from Rommel that you made him your heir because you were pressured by the royal family, because the Lincoln family will definitely be incorporated into the royal family in the future. Me killing Lorden should be what you want deep in your heart, right? I feel a little sympathy for your dead son now. Sartre snorted coldly and did not explain. He scolded Rommel in his heart. Some things belong to the hidden rules. Which elder family doesn't have dirty tricks? Rommel actually revealed this matter to Charles, and the other party even said it in front of the two juniors of the outer family. A strong anger surged in his heart for a while. Chinrue glanced at the other two with sarcasm on his face without hesitation. Similarly, you came to seek revenge. It is just revenge after the interest negotiation between me and the elder family, represented by Rommel, broke down. If I promised him at the beginning, then you should be flattering me with a forced smile now. Not like this. Is hatred that can be easily exchanged for benefits still real hatred? Sartre originally wanted to use words to shake Chinrue, but he did not expect to be moved by him. He knew that he could not continue to talk nonsense with him. At this time, the magic array had been completely closed, and the mystic cage pillars began to automatically shrink back into the ground. Except for the shackles in his hands, Chinrue was no longer bound. After the magic circle was closed, Chinrue's body went limp, as if he was about to collapse after the gravity was lifted. Sartre did not give him any chance to recover. His whole body was blazing with flames, and he launched a long-prepared attack. Sartre did not underestimate Chenrue. He launched a heavy blow as soon as he arrived, intending to destroy his opponent's remaining resistance. Just as Sartre's fist was about to touch Chenrue's body, the target suddenly disappeared. This blow missed, and the powerful force hit the ground from the air. This specially made prison ground did not even tremble, which showed its sturdiness. Sartre's confident blow failed, and his heart was slightly shocked. The shackles can prohibit all skills, including territory. Why can this Charles cast a teleportation skill similar to the great demon family? At this moment, including Teresa and Taunt, they suddenly felt their minds shaking. A strange, bleak breath came. The indestructible Prison 13 began to decay and crack rapidly, and the power of the three was rapidly weakened by a strange force. They involuntarily felt a strong sense of tiredness and exhaustion. For a while, their bodies and spirits seemed to have aged a lot. Illusion, Teresa, and Taunt wiped their eyes at the same time. Only Sartre's face was full of horror. This is the power of territory, and he can faintly feel that although the power of this territory is not particularly amazing, it may be because the enemy has been imprisoned for too long and his strength has declined. The quality, which is the level of the realm, seems to be higher than his perception. The most amazing thing is not this, but that Charles can actually cast territory while wearing the shackles of the imprisonment territory. This is simply incredible. No. Why did the shackles that can imprison a demon overlord suddenly disappear? Is it a trick that Warden Cabin deliberately played? Or Doran? Or this person himself? Sartre didn't have time to think about it. He shouted and instantly transformed into his combat form. A long sword appeared in his hand. The intense flame burning on the sword turned into a ferocious giant beast, pouncing toward Chenrue. However, this giant beast began to weaken and dim at a speed visible to the naked eye during its flight. Finally, when it got close, it was blocked by the translucent blue shield that appeared around Chenrue. The shield trembled for a while. After the giant beast dimmed and disappeared, it also disintegrated. Chenrue's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was the first time he used the shield to take a powerful attack from a demon emperor head-on. The reason was not only the ability of the shield to absorb damage, but more importantly, the territory. This was the first time he used the territory he comprehended in actual combat after training in the prison through the training ground. Autumn. It was also called Autumn Territory. It was the name given by Chenrue to this territory. It effectively combined the negative power he comprehended from Shura. It could absorb and weaken the enemy's power for his own use. Although the concept and effect were far from reaching the perfect realm, and the time was limited, it had already separated from the galaxy territory skill that came with the super system. It was a territory in the true sense that was cast independently. By now, he could be considered to have truly taken a decisive step in the Migra estate. Compared with this, the previous explorations could only be regarded as stumbling. Now he had found the real direction. Next, he could take a big step forward. The feeling of casting territory was completely different from consuming aura and star power with the super system skills. This was a feeling of full control, as if he was the core of a small world. He could arbitrarily control the power of every atom in this world, but it was still far from the true degree of control. The two early great demon kings on the side were stunned by this change. They tried their best to resist the influence of Autumn territory in the corner. They didn't dare to move forward. In their eyes, this was already a battle between high-level powerhouses beyond their level. Sartre had recovered from the horror. He felt the strangeness of this territory. His long sword faintly emitted a blue light, which merged with the flames on his body. He quickly waved his sword in a strange trajectory in the air. There was a group of strange electric light that was constantly expanding in the prison, emitting this tyrannical power. Although it was constantly absorbed and weakened, the speed of this electric light's generation was far higher than the rate of absorption. In the blink of an eye, it had filled the entire territory. This was Sartre's ultimate move, Thunderlight. He was a dual cultivator of magic and strength. All his qualities had reached a dash which was very balanced. This ultimate move combined more magic power and spirit power. In the battle in this territory, magic power was obviously more effective than ordinary energy attacks. Sartre didn't expect this ultimate move to defeat this terrifying opponent. He just wanted to take the opportunity to find a breakthrough in the territory. As long as he found a breakthrough, he could maximize his territory and then defeat the opponent. However, the effect of this move was much stronger than Sartre imagined. In terms of territory, Chenrue was just a novice after all. It was his first time using it in actual combat. He felt that this group of lightning was not only powerful, but the most annoying thing was the interference force, which made him unable to continue to condense the territory's power successfully. The entire territory still looked normal on the surface, but in fact, it was on the verge of collapse. Chenrue's eyes flashed, and he actually rushed directly toward Sartre. Sartre was taken aback. Just now, the opponent had obviously used the strange territory power to gain the upper hand, but he couldn't understand why he didn't continue to use this advantage. Instead, he adopted an extremely unwise frontal attack. Sartre was puzzled, but he didn't hesitate at all. Thunderlight was launched at Chenrue with all his strength. Chenrue didn't avoid it. He opened his 5 fingers, and a huge light ball appeared, whistling toward Sartre. The two energies passed through each other and attacked both of them, respectively. Looking at the situation, both of them were actually going to suffer. Sartre immediately launched teleportation to avoid the light ball. In fact, it was a misjudgment. Without using Scorching Dragon Possession, the power of Aurora Shot was far smaller than expected. It wouldn't have much effect on a demon emperor like him. Sartre was still misled by the autumn territory at the beginning. The battle was ever-changing. A small misjudgment could lead to the loss of the whole game. Chenrue didn't use Scorching Dragon Possession because he had his own considerations. Once he used Scorching Dragon Possession, he couldn't use any skills for 24 hours after the cooldown, including the Stargate. This place was different from the Crystal Valley previously. There was no suitable place to launch the Stargate. The current battle situation was advantageous to him. He didn't know what enemies or unexpected situations he would encounter later, so he must leave a way out for himself. As soon as Sartre stabilized his body, the opponent's figure also appeared in front of him in an instant. Another teleportation. A strong sense of crisis rose in Sartre's heart. Years of experience made him instinctively stab at the vital part of Chenrue's chest, forcing him to dodge or save himself to resolve his own crisis. However, this was another mistake. The opponent didn't intend to dodge at all, so Sartre's sword pierced through his chest. At the same time, a dagger also appeared in Chenrue's hand. Before Sartre could react, it pierced into his heart like lightning. This should be the first time Chenrue used a weapon in a real battle. It was also a secret weapon that he made himself. Searing Shadow Dagger, Legendary Grade Magic Dagger. Attributes: double attack speed, weaken the enemy's defense, increase wound laceration by 100%, certain chance to produce paralysis. It must be said that this was a very insidious weapon. The acceleration attack and defense breaking alone were already very powerful, not to mention the miraculous effect of laceration and paralysis. It could be said to be the best weapon for assassins. Sartre looked at the dagger in his heart in disbelief. He only felt waves of terrible pain. The entire wound seemed to be torn by the sharp teeth of a ferocious beast. It was hard to believe that this was just a wound caused by a small dagger. He had lived a comfortable life for many years, and he hadn't felt this thrilling pain for a long time. Not only in terms of physical functions, but also psychologically, he seemed to have lost his original ability to react. He was hit in the vital part by a dagger. This dagger also happened to have a paralysis effect. Demons were still different from humans. This kind of injury that was fatal to ordinary humans did not make Sartre lose all his strength. With a shake of his wrist, the accumulated thunderlight blade burst out. For a moment, Charles was surrounded by lightning. He was blown away and fell to the ground. At the moment of flying out, the blade-like palm swept past Sartre's shoulder with a faint light. The sharp sword chi in the air left another terrifying wound on Sartre's shoulder. After all, the physique of a demon emperor was no trivial matter. Otherwise, this aura blade could remove an arm. The continuous pain caused Sartre to scream. An inexplicable sense of fear welled up in his heart. He was originally confident that it would be a piece of cake, but he didn't expect such a turn of events to happen. Although Chen Rui's power of Migra estate had made a great breakthrough, and he had basically mastered territory, there was still a big gap between his current state and the Demon Emperor level. Secret weapons such as the Scorching Dragon and the 7 artifacts were not used. The reason why he could have the result of a draw with the early stage of the Demon Emperor was mainly because of the surprise tactics. When Sartre arrived, he had already been thinking about this tactic. From the very beginning of the shackles, he had been creating and using Sartre's illusion. As a result, he had unexpectedly risked his life for Sartre's. Sure enough, it worked wonders. Sartre's horror at this time was far from being described in words. Shoulder is seriously injured. Heart is seriously injured. There is also a strange sense of numbness. I don't know if I'm poisoned. How many years has it been since I've suffered such a serious injury? What made him even more afraid was that the man who had just been stabbed in the chest and suffered the powerful elemental power of the glazed thunder actually stood up slowly again. His sharp gaze was like a blade that penetrated Sartre's heart and spleen. It was full of powerful fighting spirit. He completely ignored the blood flowing out of his chest. In fact, Chinrue's injury was not light. Without the scorching dragon possession, the power of a demon emperor was indeed not something he could withstand in his current state. Especially that powerful, glazed thunder exploded from the inside out. It almost made his body collapse. Even though he had regeneration, damage absorption, and anti-magic physique, he could hardly bear it. Now his whole body seemed to be torn apart, but he still suppressed the severe pain with great willpower and stood up. Only by standing up himself could it be possible to make the opponent fall. Not knowing if it was due to the serious injury in his heart, Sartre suddenly felt a heart-wrenching fear. His strength was weakened a little for no reason. In fact, it was not that he did not have the power to fight the last battle now. If he activated the territory, there might be a hope of winning. However, Sartre was no longer the capable and brave young blade under the Lord of Midnight Sunday. His true courage and fighting spirit had been worn away by the pleasure and intrigue all day long. He had only one thought now: escape and never fight with this terrifying madman again, an enemy who had lost his fighting spirit and courage. No matter how powerful he was just an empty shell that had lost its soul. Chinrue saw the opponent's timidity, so he gritted his teeth to suppress the pain. As he was about to continue to take the initiative to attack Sartre, he suddenly had a warning. With a wave of his hand, he had already grabbed 2 crossbows that seemed to be dipped in poison. The direction of the crossbows was from Teresa and Taunt. Since the Autumn territory had disappeared because it could not be maintained, the 2 of them had regained their usual strength. Taunt just saw that Chinrue was fighting against the demon Emperor Sartre, and even faintly had the upper hand. He knew that his strength was not enough to be pinched by Chinrue. Seeing Chinrue's fierce gaze, he was afraid that he would be implicated, so he quickly pointed at Teresa and shouted, "It's her!" Teresa was holding a magic crossbow in her hand. Her chest was heaving up and down. Her face was mixed with nervousness and fear, but there was still some hatred in her eyes. Chinrue suddenly frowned and turned his head to look. Sartre had taken advantage of this precious opportunity to escape to the gate of the prison with all his might. Then he activated some mechanism, and the prison gate began to close slowly. The speed of the Demon Emperor, A, was too fast for Chinrue to catch up. Only Taunt rolled and crawled over, begging Sartre to open the door loudly. However, Sartre didn't care so much at this time. He continuously activated the mechanism, and the sound of several gates closing was heard. Although the confinement cage was no longer in use, the entire independent prison, cell 13, had been tightly closed. It was equivalent to an even larger cage. "It's over." Taunt almost collapsed. As soon as he met Chinrue's cold gaze, he quickly remembered that there was still this terrifying enemy in front of him. He quickly got up and knelt on the ground. "Sir, please spare my life. I'm only here by my family's order. Pierce is just my distant uncle. We rarely meet even on normal days. That old guy is looking for his own death. He actually went against Sir." In order to beg for his life, Taunt slandered his dead uncle in an ugly manner. A strong disgust surged in Chinrue's eyes. Without giving him a chance to finish speaking, Chinrue moved his hand, and Taunt's face had been hit heavily. The sound of broken bones sounded, and he suddenly fell to the ground. Blood gradually flowed out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After Chinrue knocked Taunt down, he turned his gaze to Teresa, who had just attacked him with a crossbow. Teresa's heart trembled. Knowing that she was going to die, she gritted her teeth and said, "I have already been married once. Later, I married him as a tool to win over Leston. I don't have any feelings for him. Moreover, as you said, hatred that can be exchanged for benefits is not real hatred at all. But if he dies, I will be used as a tool to marry other valuable people. So I hate you. I hate this hopeless life." Chinrue was silent for a while. Behind the glamorous, noble, and luxurious clothes of the children of large families, there were too many involuntary sorrows. His hand still moved. Teresa responded, but she only fainted. "There is only hope if you live." Chinrue covered his heavily injured chest and said this sentence. It was unknown whether he was talking to her or himself. "Damn lunatic." The sound of Sartre gnashing his teeth came from outside the prison. It should have been transmitted through some kind of magic device. "Doran and the Imperial Guards will arrive here soon. At that time they will directly execute you for attempting to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Even if you break free from the shackles, you definitely can't break out of this sealed prison with the power of the Demon Emperor alone. I must see with my own eyes how you will be smashed into pieces." Chinrue ignored Sartre. He was just a dog that didn't even dare to bite people. "The wind is starting to move. Then, before the storm comes, let's add a little lightning." Chinrue said lightly. There was already a walnut-sized ball in his hand. Tiny jumping runes began to appear on the ball. Chapter 359. General Doran. Russ was taken aback after receiving the urgent news from the secret prison, and he immediately rushed to the secret prison. Just as he was about to arrive, he heard a loud noise. Then the earth shook and the mountains shook as if there was a landslide. Dwoluin's mutated demon horse showed a rather panicked expression and almost threw him off its back. This loud noise was no less than a thunderclap in the middle of the night, and the magnitude of the tremor was quite large. It almost affected half of the inner city. For a while, lights were lit everywhere, and many people who were alarmed came out to check the situation. The direction of the loud noise was the secret prison. Doran abandoned his mount without hesitation. His figure was like the wind, and he had disappeared on the spot. The secret prison, which had always been strict, was in a mess at this time. The prison 13 in the independent courtyard had completely collapsed. Affected by this terrifying power, most of the prisons in the secret prison were seriously damaged. The fat warden, Kabang, who was sweating profusely, loudly ordered the jailers to hunt down the prisoners who took the opportunity to escape, but no one dared to go forward to die for the biggest prisoner. Charles looked a little embarrassed at this time, but no one dared to despise this terrifying man because this prisoner had just destroyed the most unbreakable prison 13 from the inside. As a matter of fact, that was the strongest prison for imprisoning demon emperors and even demon overlords. In fact, Chinrue himself was also secretly relieved that Zeri's power was much stronger than he thought. After fully lifting the power of the dragon inscription, Chinrue specially took out the items from the storage space to set up a protective magic circle and took out the demon shield. However, the terrifying power destroyed the magic circle in an instant. Fortunately, there was the demon shield, the #1 defense equipment in the demon realm. Otherwise, this mistake would be huge. Of course, he could also use the Stargate to escape to a point far away from the capital. But this was obviously not what he wanted. Seeing the terrifying enemy walking in his direction step by step, Sartre's face was full of panic. He would rather run away under the watchful eyes of the public than fight with this crazy guy again. If he didn't see the opportunity early and desperately escaped from the prison just now, he, the current patriarch of the Lincoln family, would have become history like the collapsed Prison 13. Charles! A loud shout came from the air, drowning out all the noise. The jailers of the secret prison breathed a sigh of relief. The second general of the empire, Doran Ruth, had finally arrived. Sartre's heart was finally at ease. At least he didn't have to face that madman. Fatty Kabong, who had just calmed down a little, felt uneasy. No matter what, he was directly responsible for today's incident. Chinrue raised his head and saw Dwelin, who was floating in the air. Dwelin looked down from above and saw the chaos in the entire prison with the help of the moonlight, especially the scene around prison cell 13. Surprise flashed across his eyes, but more of it was a bone-chilling chill. Chinrue stared at Doran, who was slowly landing. He didn't panic at all, and he still maintained a calm tone. General Doran, I once asked you to meet the Regent Royal Highness Obsidian. I remember your answer is that the person with the imprisonment shackles has no power. Now then I have the right. Seeing the other party raising his empty wrist in a demonstration, Doran's face became gloomier. Of course, I will let your corpse have this right. If Sir General really wants to do this, then there will be more than one corpse to meet Royal Highness Obsidian in the future. It is very likely that Sir General and the patriarch of the Lincoln family behind you, as well as everyone here. Shameless boasting. I want to see how capable you, the so-called senior consultant, are. A great sword had appeared in Doran's hand. This sword was 3 meters long. It was the weapon commonly used by the second general of the Empire, Soul Crusher. It seemed that although Doran showed contempt in his words, he still attached great importance to this opponent. He was ready to go all out. I believe you have seen the situation in Prison 13. This is actually not my true strength, but with the help of something. This thing, I can still use it once. This sentence made Doran and Sartre's faces change at the same time. Even if the power of the Demon Emperor is not restrained, it is definitely impossible to destroy Prison 13. Even an ordinary demon overlord can't do it. The strength of Charles should not have reached the realm of demon overlord. The reason why he was able to destroy Prison 13 was that he must have used some kind of magic item. Charles himself had admitted this. However, that item can still be used once. This open space was not Prison 13. If the power from before had really exploded, everyone in the area would probably have been annihilated. Now, Sir General believes that I have this ability. I don't want to say anything unpleasant. I only have one request, which is to meet Royal Highness Obsidian immediately. Chinrue deliberately used some kind of power to spread his words far away. Are you threatening me? Doran's great sword was waved and pointed at Chinrue. An oppressive breath spread out with him as the center. Even Sartre behind him couldn't help but take a few steps back. I am threatening you. Chinrue sneered, and there was already something in his hand. As long as I crush it with force, the explosion just now will be launched several times again. It is estimated that half of the inner city and even the palace will be affected. You are the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, and you are responsible for the safety of the capital. Once such a serious consequence really happens, even if you die with me, you can't escape the blame. At that time, your family will at least be exiled." Doran was shocked. Charles is right. If that terrifying item is really launched and I die here, then the Russ family, which has lost its protection, may face a disaster. Just the hatred between my son, Sergei, and the Karen family will suffer terrible revenge. Now, please send someone to inform the palace immediately and state my request." Chinrue said coldly, "This is the last time I use the word please." In fact, the power multiplied several times was just a bluff. Chinrue did not have Zeri in his hand, but he knew that Doran didn't dare to gamble, and he couldn't afford to gamble. Sure enough, the blue veins on Doran's forehead bulged for a while, but his power gradually converged. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared on Chenrue's face. Half an hour later, Chenrue's figure appeared in the side hall of the palace. There was only one person in front of him. It was the supreme ruler of the empire, Regent Obsidian. Obsidian, who had received a detailed report, frowned and looked at this human without saying a word. Chenrue calmly accepted Obsidian's scrutinizing gaze and said, "I killed the heir of the Lincoln family, 2 important members of the elder families, and a collateral royal family, and destroyed the 13th prison of the secret prison. Your Highness, Regent, don't you want to say something?" Obsidian frowned even tighter, and he replied after a while, "It should be you who should say something, Charles." When Chenrue heard that he even omitted the honorific of Sir, he shook his head. "What do I want to say? Say that I took the risk to travel through space to the demon realm and sent huge benefits to the fallen angel empire. But I was ambushed inexplicably and was forced to fight back? Or, when I came to the demon realm again to bring you more surprises, Your Highness, I was caught and sent to the darkest prison before I met you, and I was almost dismembered by Sartre, who came to visit?" Hearing this accusatory tone, Obsidian's eyes were a little colder. "Your Highness, don't you want to explain why I was treated so unfairly? I'm not a person of the fallen angel empire under your rule, nor am I a person of this demon realm. If I want to leave, I can do so before I am caught in the secret prison." As if to prove his words, a light gate had appeared in front of Chinrue. "Stargate. Why am I willing to stay and suffer this kind of punishment? If I didn't prepare a life-saving item with me, I would have died in that damn prison." After Chinrue complained, he seemed to have calmed down again. "Your Highness, before we decide whether to continue the cooperation, you should take a look at the gift I brought you." "Gift?" Obsidian's eyebrows relaxed a little, and he asked rhetorically. Chinrue observed Obsidian's expression and judged that Obsidian did not receive the gift he gave to Isabella. It seemed that what Rommel said was true, but he did not expose this matter. Instead, he took out another box, opened it, and slowly floated toward Obsidian under the control of his power. Obsidian reached out and took the box. This action seemed casual, but it actually contained a powerful force. It was to guard against this human's means of destroying Prison 13. However, the expected thing did not happen. There was a delicate crystal bottle in the box. Obsidian was a person who knew the goods. At a glance, he could see that the craftsmanship of this crystal bottle was exquisite and valuable. There was some black liquid in the crystal bottle, and there was a delicate, small sign on the side. When Obsidian's eyes glanced over the words on the sign, he was suddenly shocked, and his gaze suddenly froze. There were only 4 words on the sign: Resurrection Potion. This black potion, and it is one of the 2 black potions representing the highest Grand Master level. This is... Obsidian couldn't help but ask again, if this is really a resurrection potion, then I definitely have to reevaluate the value of Charles. I think with your Highness eyesight, you should be able to see the 4 words on the sign clearly. Yes, this is the highest Grand Master Black Potion, Resurrection Potion. Seeing Obsidian's expression, Chinrue showed a proud expression. As I said before, the most important part of the comeback plan has been successful. I have been recognized by the hidden Grandmaster, and I have become his registered disciple. This is my teacher's work, and it is also my gift to your highness this time. I forgot to introduce you. In the human world, everyone knows that there is only one pharmaceutics Grandmaster, and that is Archbishop Pavero of the Brilliant Shrine. However, Pavero can at most brew 2 eternal potions, eternal thought and eternal power. Meanwhile, although my teacher, Sun Simiao, is not well known, he is a true Grandmaster who has already reached the highest realm. Pavero can only be regarded as an apprentice in front of him. Although Chan Rui said so, he was secretly praying to the Tang Dynasty Medicine King from another world. Old immortal son, I have now spread your prestige to the other world. Please bless me in the plan that Chan Rui told Obsidian at the beginning. One of the most important was to get the full support of a hidden potion Grandmaster. If it succeeded, coupled with the financial resources of the Kribbit family, it was not an extravagant hope to get the approval of his father, Rex the Great, and even further covet the throne. For this reason, Obsidian deliberately asked Nero, who was also a human, about the black potion. What Chinrue said just now was indeed correct. In the human world, only Archbishop Pavero of the Light Divinity Temple could configure 2 eternal potions. The so-called hidden Grandmaster had never heard of it, so Obsidian had always been skeptical of Charles' plan. Even when Chan Rui brought back 1 billion black crystal coins, it was still the same. However, if Master Sun Simiao can make the resurrection potion, he is definitely a Grandmaster who is far better than Archbishop Pavero. As for the rest of the eternal and true black potions, it is naturally not a problem. The key is the potion in this bottle the Real Resurrection Potion? Obsidian calmed down and said, Since this is a gift for me, does it mean that I can do whatever I want with it? Of course. Chinrue understood Obsidian's thoughts and nodded. Obsidian immediately ordered someone to send a hellhound. With a move of his mind, the hellhound had already bled to death. Then, under the effect of the potion, the hellhound miraculously came back to life. Although it seemed weak, the effect of this potion was absolutely unquestionable. The real resurrection potion. Obsidian's hand holding the crystal bottle couldn't help but tremble. This should be the first time in the demon realm for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even the potion Grand Master Rosenbach 9,000 years ago could only configure the eternal potion. After verifying that this was the real resurrection potion, Obsidian couldn't help but feel heartache. Such a precious potion was actually wasted on a hellhound. However, as long as this human is here, I don't have to worry about the source of the black potion in the future. There is no real potion Grand Master in the demon realm at present, let alone this highest level Grand Master. Once the black potion comes out, it will definitely cause a monstrous shock. As long as he could monopolize this unique and precious resource, not only would it bring huge wealth, but his political influence would also be unparalleled. The elder families of the empire and some armies or states that disobeyed him would truly bow down to him. He, the regent, could become a real emperor. Moreover, as long as the means were appropriate, even the other 2 empires would look at the fallen angel empire differently. There was no need to look at the bloody empire and the shadow empire's face with their tails between their legs like before. Well, your highness has finished dealing with your gift. I should leave too, Chinrue said calmly. Charles. He also didn't use the honorific sir, but Obsidian's tone was completely different from before. The way he looked at Chinrue was also completely different. There's more than one empire in the demon realm. Once Charles leaves angrily and cooperates with other empires, then Obsidian believes that he will hate today's mistake for the rest of his life. Even Raisin the Great and Catherine the Great can't not be tempted when they encounter this situation. I once said that nothing can affect the cooperation between us. It's the same in the past, the same now, and the same in the future. I can give you everything you want. What I need is just trust and sincerity." Chinrue smiled. The fish finally bit the bait. Whether it is the black crystal coins, the black potion, or the personal risk, these prices are finally not in vain. Chapter 360. A short and turbulent night passed. Early the next morning, Regent Obsidian officially convened the ministers and representatives of the major families to discuss matters in the hall. Except for the monthly meeting, this scale of council meetings was rarely seen. At the meeting, many family representatives discovered a new face, the palace senior advisor, Charles, who had caused a stir recently. This Charles was incredible. He killed 3 important members of the elder families and a collateral royal family, including the heir of the Lincoln family, Lorden. It was said that the shock in the capital last night was caused by Charles breaking out of the legendary Prison 13 of the secret prison. Now, this person was standing intact in front of everyone. He was standing right below the regent and above the Minister of Military Affairs. That position was definitely not for a person waiting to be sentenced. What was even more unexpected was that the first thing the regent did was to announce the crimes of the Lincoln family. The heir of the Lincoln family, Lorden, instigated Pierce of the DeAndre family, Leston of the Ryan family, and Mia of the collateral royal family to ambush the palace senior advisor, Charles. As a result, he failed and died. He deserved it. The patriarch of the Lincoln family, Sartre, was eager for revenge. He misheard people's words, framed Charles, and falsely passed the regent's order. He asked General Doran to arrest Charles and bring him into the secret prison. He even broke into the secret prison without permission and attempted to kill Charles, causing chaos in the secret prison, causing many important criminals to escape. The palace senior advisor was a distinguished guest of the royal family, representing the dignity of the royal family. The crimes committed by the Lincoln family were very bad and almost unforgivable. Considering that they had made great contributions to the empire in the past, the punishment was as follows. Half of the Lincoln family's property shall be confiscated, and the title of the elder family shall be revoked. Several elders who instigated Patriarch Sartre to make mistakes shall be executed. Sartre was ordered to stay at home and ponder for a year. As accomplices, the Ryan family and the DeAndre family were also given a warning and a high fine. Although the ministers of the elder family's faction expressed opposition to this, and several representatives of the elder families also made strong protests and even left the meeting angrily, Obsidian did not appease or compromise. Instead, he firmly maintained the original sentence. He even vaguely said that if the 3 families refused to implement this punishment, then he would enforce it by force. Many ministers and family representatives set their eyes on the quiet Charles below Obsidian. They didn't know what method he used to actually make the regent Royal Highness act so decisively against the elder families. In any case, Charles must be an extremely favored person at the moment. Many people had begun to think about how to get closer to this senior consultant. Isabella stood silently beside Legoquarin, the Minister of Finance. She didn't look at Chinrue and just quietly stared at the ground. Seeing that he could not stop Obsidian's decision, Rommel rolled his eyes and seconded. The Lincoln family has indeed made a big mistake this time. I believe that after this incident, Patriarch Sartre will learn a lesson. If he makes meritorious deeds in the future, he should be able to get permission to return to the ranks of the elder families. Rommel was the military minister supported by several elder families. In a sense, he could represent most of the elder families. This statement was undoubtedly tantamount to abandoning the Lincoln family. Sartre's body shook, and he suddenly became dispirited, as if he had aged 100 years. Obsidian nodded with satisfaction. At present, he didn't want to be too stiff with the elder families. It would not be too late to suppress them step by step after he really mastered the black potions. However, there is one thing I want to mention. Rommel glanced at Isabella. According to my intel, before Sir Charles was taken away by General Doran, he gave a gift to Mrs. Isabella and asked her to pass it to the Regent Royal Highness as the basis for an explanation. However, Mrs. Isabella hid it secretly and did not hand it over to Royal Highness. She did not even meet Royal Highness to plead for Sir Charles. I am personally shocked by this incident, and I feel even more sorry for Sir Charles. Obsidian had been distressed by the waste of the bottle of resurrection potion. Now when he heard the word gift, his heart moved. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Rommel, are you sure there is such a thing? I can guarantee this with my life. I also have a witness, which is a maid who was present when Sir Charles handed the gift. Rommel looked at Chinrue and said confidently, in fact, Sir Charles himself is the best proof of this matter. Not only that, according to my latest intel, the reason why Lorden ambushed Sir Charles is that he was provoked by Mrs. Isabella. The young and vigorous Lorden was blinded by beauty for a while. Under jealousy, he made a big mistake, recklessly. Speaking of it, the source of all this is this Lady Devil snare. Since the Lincoln family's crime cannot be pardoned, then Isabella's crime is even more unforgivable. I ask your highness to deal with it impartially and behead the real culprit, Isabella, in public to comfort the dead souls. When the ministers heard this, there was a whisper. If what Rommel said is true, then I'm afraid this capital flower will not be able to escape the fate of death today. Since there is no way to turn the Lincoln family's matter around, then Isabella cannot be forgiven either. The regent can't slap his own mouth in return. It would be a pity if such an enchanting flower of the imperial capital perished like this. But she had no choice but to die. Rommel's meaning was very simple. The elder families cut off the Lincoln family's arm, so they must also cut off one of Obsidian's arms. Moreover, this matter is a fact. Charles is the most powerful witness. This is also equivalent to expressing goodwill to Charles on behalf of the elder families. Analyzing the current situation, Charles can make Regent Obsidian openly attack the elder families. There must be huge benefits beyond the original expectation in it. It seems that I really underestimated the other party before. In any case, I must try to win this person, even if I have to pay a huge price in patience. Looking at the smiling Rommel, Obsidian's face gradually sank. Regardless of whether the gift is true or false, Isabella is a very important figure under my command. Not only does she have considerable talent in politics and economics, but she also controls the most sophisticated intelligence agency. If she is damaged because of this matter, then it will definitely be an extremely heavy loss. The key is that I have said too much when dealing with the Lincoln family previously. It will definitely be difficult to convince the public to forgive Isabella now. At present, the influence of the elder families is quite large, and it involves Charles. With Black's contact with Charles, this human is very vengeful. The punishment of the Lincoln family is one of the conditions for his cooperation. Of course, if it is me, I can't be soft-hearted to the enemy. Obsidian took a deep breath and said, Isabella, don't you want to explain? With a faint silence in her eyes, Isabella shook her head blankly. There is nothing to explain. Obsidian raised his eyes and glanced at the gazes of the ministers. As he gritted his teeth and was about to announce the disposal decision, he heard Chinrue said, Your Highness, it seems that I, the victim, should come out and say a few words about this matter. Obsidian nodded. Chinrue stood up and shook his head. The first thing to explain is that the so-called gift, in fact, there is no such thing at all. Rommel's confident smile suddenly froze on his face. The one who was most surprised was Isabella. Although her expression still did not change, her blue eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, finally rippled. Charles is the first person involved. If he says there is no such thing, then there must be no such thing. Even if Rommel finds 100 maids as witnesses, it will be useless. Obsidian was relieved, and he nodded slightly. There is one more thing that needs to be said. During the days when I was imprisoned in the secret prison, this Sir Minister of Military Affairs had visited me. The kind of coercion and temptation is still fresh in my memory. Looking at Rommel, whose expression suddenly changed, Chinrue's tone became colder. At that time, I didn't agree to his conditions. Shortly after Sir Rommel left, Sir Sartre, who wanted to tear me into pieces, appeared in the secret prison. Sir Rommel, as far as I know, the real reason why Lorden assassinated me was instigated by you. It is because I am too close to Ms. Isabella, which will become a political stumbling block for you, the military minister. Moreover, I also killed the spy you arranged around the lady, the coachman, Jardel. I need you to give me an explanation in front of the Regent Royal Highness and all the lords. Rommel was shocked. He didn't expect that Charles not only ignored his goodwill on behalf of the elder families, but he also made a counterattack and completely poured this dirty water on him. These words were true with falsehoods, which were interlinked and reasonable. Although there were very few falsehoods, it was enough to make Rommel doomed eternally. The intimacy between Isabella and Chinrue was well known. As a political enemy, Rommel had this motive. Coupled with the incident of Sartre and Jardel, Rommel couldn't find the words to refute for a while. Many ministers who knew a little bit believed it, and there was another whisper. I didn't expect the behind-the-scenes mastermind of all this is actually Rommel, who has always been a thief. Not only does he want to conspire to kill Charles, but he also wants to frame Isabella. Obsidian was determined. He snorted coldly and said in a stern tone, Rommel, how do you explain it? Rommel's face was pale. Your Highness, if this is the case, why would I take the initiative to mention Isabella just now? Obsidian interrupted his unconvincing explanation and asked sternly, Have you been to the secret prison? This matter could be easily found out, so Rommel could only grit his teeth and admit, Yes, but is Jardel your man? Yes, but I was wronged. Obsidian shook his head. This matter is already very clear. I'm quite disappointed in you, Rommel. I remember Sir Rommel said just now that you can use your life as a guarantee. Chen Rue added calmly, which was equivalent to putting a knife on Rommel's neck when he fell. The incident of the Lincoln family had successfully provoked the contradiction between the elder families and Obsidian, but it was not enough. Chinrue needed to add more fuel to the fire. Moreover, Isabella was Lomont's aunt. More importantly, she knew the whereabouts of the Belphegor royal family's artifact, Bree's shadow boots, so she couldn't die yet. Since Isabella's sin just now was unforgivable, the same applied to Rommel, but Obsidian was still hesitant. However, Obsidian was still hesitating. No matter what the truth of the matter was, Rommel was always the spokesperson of the elder families, which was very different from Sartre. If Rommel was really punished or executed according to the current standards, then the contradiction with the elder families would be triggered in a chain reaction. Although this would definitely happen in the future, it was indeed a bit too hasty for now. However, Charles was the most important collaborator. This matter was really difficult to decide. I can return that sentence to you, Sir Rommel. Coming to the secret prison that day was the worst decision in your life. Chinrue looked like he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He added another sentence to add fuel to the fire. Rommel found it difficult to argue at this time, and an unprecedented sense of frustration surged in his heart. For a while, all eyes were on Obsidian to see how he would deal with Rommel. The representative of the elder families simply did not say anything. It seemed that some invisible force was brewing in the strange atmosphere. If the earthquake last night was thunder, then today was a real storm. If this was not handled properly, it was likely to trigger a terrible flood. At the critical moment, Isabella, who had been silent, finally took the initiative to speak. This matter should be Sir Rommel's momentary confusion. Please punish him leniently, Your Highness Regent. Everyone was greatly surprised, including Chinrue. He did not expect that the first person to speak up for Rommel was actually his mortal enemy, Isabella. Just now, Rommel still conspired to put her to death. This should be the best time to add insult to injury. When did the devil's snare flower become non-toxic? Obsidian secretly praised Isabella for taking the overall situation into consideration. This merit was one of the main reasons why he admired this subordinate the most. With this excuse, Obsidian took the opportunity to announce that Rommel's military minister and all duties would be relieved. The military minister would be temporarily replaced by the second general, Doran. Rommel would be severely punished and would never be employed again. As for the candidate for the new military minister, the elder families would re-elect the candidate at the next regular meeting. The dismissal and severe punishment could give an explanation to Charles, Isabella, and the ministers. Doran would temporarily replace him as a buffer period. As for the new position of the military minister, it would still be handed over to the elder families. It was also an explanation. As long as he successfully cooperated with Charles and obtained the only endorsement of the black potion, then it would not be too late to gradually take back his power and replace him with his own people. Sure enough, this ending was within the acceptable range of the elder families, and no one raised any objections. The storm finally subsided, and the waves finally settled. At this meeting, the name of Charles resounded throughout the capital's upper echelons. All forces were reconsidering and fussing over this upstart who could affect the capital's situation. Although Charles caused some trouble to Rommel, Obsidian was generally satisfied. Before the new military minister was selected, Doran would temporarily replace him. He could do a lot of articles that were beneficial to him. Moreover, when Charles announced the decision, he gave enough face and did not continue to be unforgiving. In fact, Chenrue's plan to provoke the conflict between Obsidian and the elder families had basically succeeded. The reason why he did not go too far was that he did not want to affect the most important cooperation plan next. The court meeting was dismissed. A few trusted aides such as Doran and Isabella were left behind to arrange some affairs during the handover period. When Isabella walked out of the palace, she saw a figure waiting for her. It's him. Her beautiful blue eyes watched this man approaching from afar. An inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart, and the coldness in her eyes was even more intense. You should call me Madam Isabella. With a cold and distant tone, he brushed past her like a passerby. Looking up slightly, she saw the dim and sparse dark clouds in the sky, which seemed to be ashes. Chapter 361. Watching Isabella leave, Chenrue didn't think much and walked straight to the hall. Whether she was a woman with a story or not, it had nothing to do with him. From the beginning to the end, both of them were hypocritical, but Chenrue behaved more sincere. However, acting was acting. No matter how invested he was, it was just acting. For him, the value of Isabella was to trigger further conflicts between Obsidian and the elder families, as well as Lomont's Breeze Shadow Boots. The former goal had basically been achieved, so he would slowly think of the latter. As for the mysterious force behind him, Chenrue's current strength was not enough, and the plan was at a critical moment, so he didn't want to complicate matters. Your Highness Obsidian, please forgive me for the trouble I caused you at the court meeting today. In the hall, Chenrue's first sentence when he saw Obsidian was an apology. I am the one who should apologize. Obsidian shook his head. But Sir Charles should have noticed that the elder family's power is deeply rooted. Even I can't jump out of the rules for many things. I've made Sir aggrieved. I believe that as long as our cooperation is successful, the rules will be set by your Highness. Chenrue smiled slightly. Obsidian's eyes lit up. So Sir agrees to cooperate? The human who showed the black potions took the initiative in the meeting last night. He deliberately showed a little resentment and refused to agree to cooperate directly. Therefore, Obsidian decided to publicly suppress the elder families. Now that he heard the human taking the initiative to mention cooperation, he felt that his efforts were not in vain. I have seen your Highness' sincerity. Chenrue was actually eager to cooperate immediately, but he showed a thoughtful look. I once said that the fallen Angel Empire and Royal Highness Obsidian are my only partners. To quote your Highness' words, this is the past, the present, and the future. The title of your Highness. I believe it won't be long before it will be changed to your Majesty. The last sentence touched Obsidian's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. The production of black potions is quite complicated. Furthermore, my teacher is a top-notch guru. The potions he produces are all super black potions that are close to, or even reach, 100% purity. The cost is quite high, so your highness must be mentally prepared. Chinrue pondered for a moment and took out a bottle of red healing potion. Your highness, you can find someone to try this bottle of 100% purity super healing potion. Its effect is far superior to ordinary potions. 100% purity? It could indeed be called super. Obsidian was taken aback. He took the red potion and pondered for a while. He called a guard to do a small experiment on the wound. The recovery effect and speed were really much higher than the master-level advanced red potion. He was even more convinced in his heart. The higher the quality of the potion, the higher its value. Originally, this kind of thing was targeted at high-end customers, and there was absolutely no shortage of customers. Compared to the huge economic and political value of this precious resource, any amount of money was worth it. Then how much investment is needed? Our cooperation is long-term, so the initial investment will definitely be quite huge. Chinrue said an approximate number, which made Obsidian's face change. Although he was mentally prepared, this number was still too huge. I also know that this amount is too large, but this is already the most concise budget. Chinrue saw Obsidian's expression and smiled bitterly. For me, it is currently the stage of brewing strength. Before the time is ripe, I can't expose the most important secret weapon in my hand. Moreover, the funds of the Cribbit family cannot be mobilized on a large scale. Otherwise it will arouse the suspicion of the second prince. Therefore, the main source of funds in the early stage can only be from your highness. We must raise enough start-up funds. As long as a sufficient amount of black potions is produced, the subsequent monetary income alone is enough to multiply the capital several times, not to mention our other convenient harvests. Obsidian nodded, but then he shook his head. Charles, I have absolute trust in you, but to tell you the truth, according to the Three Empire Peace Agreement 400 years ago, the Fallen Angel Empire must provide a considerable amount of funding to the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire every year. The treasury is actually not abundant. In addition to the Potioneer contest that will be held soon, I'm afraid the funds I can mobilize can't meet this requirement. This kind of funding was actually tribute, but it was already the best result for the Fallen Angel Empire, which had the weakest combat power, to be able to exchange for peace in this way. Chinrue pondered for a while and said, I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Tell me about it. Our Cribbit family has a fundraising business method. When doing a large business, we will use the name of the family to gather the funds of the large and small alliance families in the Chamber of Commerce. This is called equity participation. Then, the profits will be distributed to the participating families. Generally speaking, it is profitable. This kind of fundraising can retain a considerable amount of the family's liquidity and reduce its own investment risk. It is actually equivalent to a kind of welfare because the amount of return is much higher than the amount of investment. Fundraising. Obsidian pondered. This business is definitely profitable. At that time, those who want to buy black potions will definitely flock to it. I can also learn from the Dark Moon's auction house to inflate the potions to an astonishing, sky-high price. So, I will collect funds from the capital's major families now, and I will just return the profits at that time. Chinrue smiled knowingly and shook his head gently. No, Cribbit is just a family. In the hands of Royal Highness, it is an empire. Why don't you expand the scope a little further? Obsidian immediately reacted. Territory? Chinrue nodded. Up to now, I have a certain understanding of the situation of the Fallen Angel Empire. This time, for Royal Highness, it may be a good opportunity to strengthen control from another aspect. Control with interests is sometimes much more effective than pure force or system. You mean? Obsidian's eyes shone brightly, and he slowly stood up. Chinrue said confidently, Royal Highness is an extremely smart monarch. I don't need to explain the stakes too much, but I'm just an outsider. Only Royal Highness knows the specific situation of the Empire's various territories. At that time, Royal Highness can adjust according to the actual needs, such as the amount of equity participation, the actual proportion of rebates, etc. It is all under control. I believe some of the problems that have been troubling Royal Highness will also become easier because of this. This hint made Obsidian's thinking more open. Charles is right. Control with interests is sometimes more effective than force. Perhaps this time I can really change the pattern of the entire empire. At that time, even if I don't get the recognition of the Sword of Fallen Angel, I will also become a veritable emperor. But there is one thing that Royal Highness must pay attention to. Our purpose is not just pure wealth, so we can't disclose the true purpose of this fundraising to anyone for the time being. The secret weapon of black potions can only appear at the most appropriate time to exert the greatest lethality. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, it's not suitable for me to appear. If you need some kind of guarantee, Royal Highness can only come forward yourself. Chinrue looked at Obsidian, who was still thinking, and a strange light appeared in his hand. If Royal Highness has this courage, then I can rest assured to sign an equality contract with Royal Highness. His tone was as if he had just taken a big risk and was worried about Obsidian. Of course, if there was a story about Charles, then this was indeed a desperate gamble. Obsidian looked carefully at the content of the equality contract and put aside the last scruple in his heart. Unless he reached the god level, the contract was irreversible. According to his intel, Charles signed an equality contract with the Red Spirit Lord Josh when they first cooperated. Later, he returned several times the profit as agreed, making the contract come to a successful end. Now that the two had signed this contract, it was equivalent to the formal establishment of a cooperative relationship. At this time, there was still nearly 100 years before the battle between the demon realm and humans, so there was no need to worry about some unnecessary doubts. After all, there were at least two others who had the strength to cooperate with Charles. Charles did not necessarily choose him, but for him, it was the best opportunity to completely control the Empire and even make a name for himself in the demon realm. He must not miss it. The following things went smoothly. The two sides successfully signed the equality contract and became true allies. Although Chinrue's power was far weaker than Charles, from the perspective of cooperation, he was the real leader. Coupled with the identity of the real prince, Obsidian did not have the arrogance of a demon overlord. His tone of speech seemed much more cordial. Without further ado, Royal Highness, please hold a lord meeting and raise funds as soon as possible. I will return to the human world today to arrange related matters. Half a month, 1 month later at most, I will come to the capital and take away the funds. There is also good news. The most important result of my teacher's research in recent years is nearing the end. At that time, I will bring a new gift to your Royal Highness so that your Royal Highness can rejuvenate for the second time. Rejuvenate? Obsidian was shocked. Could it be a longevity potion? I didn't expect that in addition to the resurrection potion, the Grand Master Sun Simiao is about to develop a longevity potion, the last kind of supreme black potion. Although demons had a longer lifespan than humans, especially the powerhouses, they would eventually grow old and die. Those in power would always complain that their lives were not long, but since ancient times apart from the legendary gods, no life form could truly live forever. Therefore, things that could increase one's lifespan became extremely precious, and the longevity potion was one of the best of such treasures. It did not increase the specific number of years, but the proportion of the entire lifespan. In other words, the longer the lifespan, the better the effect. Coupled with the extraordinary skills of the Grand Master, the potion must be far beyond imagination for Obsidian, who is a demon overlord. Obsidian was currently approaching the old age stage. If he could take the high-purity longevity potion prepared by the Grand Master, then, as Charles said, it was equivalent to rejuvenating for the second time. Life, my own, cannot be measured by any wealth. If this potion appears in the demon realm in the future, it will definitely be more shocking than all the other black potions combined. Not only that, Charles also said something that moved him even more. My teacher has a close friend who is a mechanic grandmaster. After I go back this time, I will ask my teacher for advice. By then I may be able to help your highness solve the problems of some artifacts. Artifact. Sword of Fallen Angel. The corner of Obsidian's eyes trembled. The excitement that had just subsided due to the resurrection potion began to surge in his heart again. This highest artifact of the royal family had always been his sore point. It was also the biggest obstacle that prevented him from becoming the legitimate fallen angel emperor. Logically, as long as one had the royal bloodline, one was qualified to be recognized by the artifact. He didn't know whether the Lord of Midnight Sun left some kind of seal at the end or Obsidian was really despised by the artifact. He had tried all means over the years, but he had never been recognized by the artifact. Therefore, the more this was the case, the more he dared not let the sword of Fallen Angel come into contact with the Midnight Sun family, including the former crown prince, Grimm's younger brother, who was also one of his nephews, Ivinson, was secretly imprisoned by him. There was no grand master-level mechanic in the demon realm. Even the top mechanic, Nate, and the trio specialized genius, Arthur, who had disappeared, were still quite a distance away from the real Grand Master. Charles' teacher could make a full set of super black potions, so he deserved the title of the top Grand Master. Then, to be able to become his close friend, the mechanic Grand Master's attainments must also be extraordinary. Maybe he can really solve this problem that has troubled me for many years. Chinrue actually wanted to steal the sword of Fallen Angel this time, but haste makes waste. The sword of Fallen Angel could be the last straw that broke the camel's back, but it would not be the most crucial thing to reverse the situation. Even if Jia really had the sword of Fallen Angel, Obsidian would not bow down to her. Compared with the more symbolic artifact, the plan to fundamentally destroy the enemy's strength was more important. After personally sending Charles away, Obsidian could no longer hold back the ecstasy in his heart. He laughed 3 times and felt complacent for a while. He had already begun to imagine how he would shock the demon realm in the future and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Chinrue also wanted to laugh, because the most important part of the plan was finally completed. Next, it would depend on how Obsidian would do his best to help him take risks and raise funds. Anyway, it was a job that would benefit Obsidian more than himself. Obsidian could suppress Crown Prince Grimm's family and supporters and rule the Fallen Angel Empire for hundreds of years. He was by no means mediocre, but Chinrue caught his itch. Under these difficult conditions, he finally fell into the trap. Now he was sold, but he was still helping to find a buyer. As for Isabella, Chinrue initially gave her bottle of eternal power instead of the highest level black potion. Later, in order to give a strong shot, he directly took out the resurrection potion in front of Obsidian. However, Isabella knew the existence of the black potion, and it was likely to involve the secret organization. Of course, the black potion was a bait. It should not be too difficult to trick a secret organization. But Chinrue's current goal was Obsidian, so he didn't want to attract more attention. After all, his ultimate goal was not to destroy the Fallen Angel Empire, but to let Jia take over and compete with the mysterious force. Just in case, he had to go to Isabella's place again to test her bottom line. It seems that some kind of emotional drama still has to continue. Chapter 362. Isabella's Mansion. Chinrue was blocked at the door. Isabella didn't want to see him. In fact, the female guard who stopped Chinrue was also a little puzzled. This sir has always been a frequent visitor of the mansion, and he often lives in the mansion. His close relationship with Madame is by no means comparable to ordinary people. She didn't know why he was listed as an unwelcome person now. However, in any case, the guards faithfully carried out the orders given by the master. Chinrue frowned. He told Obsidian that he would leave the capital and return to the human world today, and he also declined invitations to banquets and dances. Isabella definitely had to find out, but it was a headache for her to refuse to see him now. I am now playing the role of Charles, who is deeply in love with her. Do I really have to break in? Just as Chinrue was thinking hard about the plot, a familiar voice sounded from behind. "Hey, Charles, why are you at the door?" Chinrue looked back, and it turned out to be Crobulus. It seemed that Miss Emerald Long just happened to come to find her best friend. "Are you here to look for any? Why don't you go in?" Crobulus was a little stunned. Unless it was a day like the distribution of welfare money, Ms. Emerald Dragon never participated in any boring meetings. She wandered around at the title of a senior consultant all day long, looking for suitable targets to rob. As for the recent political events, it could be said that she knew nothing about them, and she was too lazy to ask. Chinrue smiled bitterly and tilted his head at the female guard who stopped him. "Ini refuses to see me, and I don't know what I did wrong." "Is that so?" Crobulus asked the guard curiously. The female guard nodded and said, "Miss Crobulus, Madam has instructed that she doesn't want to see Sir Charles at any time. It turns out to be like this." Miss Emerald Long naturally stood on the side of her good friend. She immediately glared at Chinrue with dissatisfaction. "You must have done something to make her hate you. Since she doesn't want to see you, then you should hurry up." He looked as if he was about to chase them away. At this moment, Crobulus's eyes suddenly flashed. She saw Charles's palm make a gesture to her, as if he was holding something in the air. Miss Long was born with a keen sense of smell. She immediately noticed that it was a big gemstone, bigger than the one she had given her before. Her tone immediately changed. Then, "I'll take you in and have a good talk with her." Chinrue breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, in the face of wealth, the dragon's moral integrity was almost limitless. Seeing Crobulus leading Chinrue inside, several guards were anxious and quickly stopped them. "Ms. Crobulus, please don't make things difficult for us. Madam has orders. Isabella said that I can come and go as I please. This time, I'm just bringing a follower with me." "So be it." Chinrue shook his head. He would just endure the humiliation for the greater good. "No way, miss." Miss Long's eyes narrowed, and her oppressive aura made the guards unable to move. Then she swaggered into the mansion with her follower. Miss Long was still quite professional. More importantly, she was putting out a long line to catch a big fish. After accepting the gemstone, she led Chinrue all the way to Isabella's study. Isabella leaned sideways on the bench, wearing a very casual long dress. Her mature temperament was undoubtedly revealed. One could even faintly see the two seductive bulges on her chest that filled up her underwear. Seeing Crobulus rushing straight into the door with Chinrue, Isabella frowned. "Ini, I caught this annoying guy who offended you. You can deal with him however you want." Miss Long turned her image from negative to positive with a sentence. Needless to say, dragons were quite intelligent. A more accurate adjective should be cunning. "Miss Betty, let me talk to Ini alone to solve some small misunderstandings, okay?" Crobulus walked back and forth a few steps, looking thoughtful. Her hand behind her stretched out a V gesture toward Chinrue. Of course, this was not the meaning of victory, but 2 gemstones. Sure enough, she was taking advantage of the situation as expected. Seeing the human nodding without thinking, Miss Long was overjoyed. She found an excuse and went to the hall. Isabella turned sideways, gently held her palm on the other arm, and changed into an elegant posture. She covered the bulges on her chest calmly and smiled faintly. "Is there any urgent matter for Sir Charles to come today?" Although this smile was still beautiful, it was more of a formulaic expression. It was completely different from the previous one, but it was also acting previously. Now, the script should just be different. Then let's try this script. Chinrue smiled bitterly. "Must there be an urgent matter for me to come to you? I have no place to live in the capital. This is my only home." Isabella shook her head lightly. As we all know, Sir Charles is now a hot figure in front of the regent. As long as you say it, more than one big family will immediately send you mansions and beauties. Chinrue sighed. No matter how luxurious the house is, it can't compare to my own home. This is the only place in the demon realm that gives me this feeling. Although it is only a little, it is precious enough. Home? Isabella directly ignored the last sentence, and her smile was a little more cynical. A place with family is called home. Doesn't Sir Charles have his own home? I do have my own home. I am now just a kind of uncontrollable feeling from the heart, or I should call it stupidity. Chenrue said sadly, you are right. A place with family is home. This is just your home. My home. Isabella was slightly absent-minded. Then she returned to normal. I'm really a little tired talking to Sir. This was undoubtedly an invitation to leave. Chinrue was silent for a while. Innie, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Don't you want to say something? It's Mrs. Isabella, Isabella corrected. What do you want to hear from me? Some boring words? Or some kind of insincere apology? Do I really make you so annoying? Isabella shook her head and said, Women are very fickle. Many things don't need a reason, and some feelings are sudden. Really? Chinrue saw that no one was around, and he sighed softly. Then before I leave, I, this untactful and annoying guy, will tell you one last thing, or it should be called confession. My real name is Charles Roland, not Charles. Roland is the surname of the royal family of the Long Huang Empire. Originally, I just wanted to use the identity of the heir of the Roland family. But I didn't expect Nero to see through the royal family's body of light blessing. Chenrue told the secret of the illegitimate son of Emperor Roland the Great, and he also added the foreign chapter of the Grand Master Teacher. This time he came to the demon realm to seek help not only to resolve the crisis of the Roland family, but also to use the power of the fallen angel empire to use the resources of black potions to obtain the true recognition of Emperor Roland the Great and defeat the other princes. Chinrue didn't know how much Isabella learned from Obsidian, so he told the whole story. The only real thing was naturally Arthur's body of light blessing. I also have the highest body of light blessing of the royal family, but I have been prohibited from learning light magic since I was a child. I am also the direct descendant of the royal family, but I can only be stepped on by those royal highness who are actually my brothers forever. I am not reconciled. When Chinrue reenacted this drama, he was already quite skilled. His emotions and narration were in place. So, Isabella listened very seriously, but in the end she shook her head. I should congratulate you. Your purpose has now been achieved. I have lost my value to you. Chinrue sneered in his heart. It seems that Charles has been using her. Although it is true, her means are more vicious. If I didn't prepare a backup move in advance, even if I didn't die in the ambush, I would have died in the secret prison. The drama still had to continue. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Originally, it should be like this. Moreover, in today's court meeting, I should accept Rommel's goodwill on behalf of the elder families. But I don't know why I finally chose a decision of shouldn't. Why? There are too many shoulds in this world, and there are too many shouldn'ts. I don't want to ask you why you did that. I only know that without Rommel now, you can do more things you want to do. It's just that you are the only person who knows about this matter besides the regent. Please keep it a secret for me. Only the dead are the most credible secret keepers. Besides, how do you know what I want to do? Isabella smiled charmingly, but her voice was cold. Maybe it is to make a nasty guy disappear forever. That is your freedom. Similarly, my choice is also my freedom. Chinrue's resolute face showed a firm expression. As a man, I don't need to explain more, and I won't regret it. This man seems to be a bit stupid, but sometimes stupidity is wiser than cleverness. Isabella took a deep look at him. Your narration and expression are very convincing and infectious, but maybe because I am too sensitive, I always feel that there seems to be something that has been overlooked. Perhaps things are not so simple? Please forgive me, this is just a woman's intuition. Chinrue was secretly vigilant. This woman is more difficult to deal with than Obsidian in a sense. I can't guess what she wants at all, and I can't grasp the gist of it. However, her wisdom is extraordinary. This kind of true or false words makes it difficult to rest assured. Therefore, he immediately changed the topic. Actually, I also have a hunch that even if Rommel's plan succeeds in today's court meeting, Innie seems to have a way to get out. This may be a man's intuition. Madam Isabella. Isabella did not explain, but she deliberately emphasized the problem of his title. No matter what happened in the past, it is in the past. I hope we can have a new start, okay? Miss Isabella? If you really think that I don't have this qualification, then I won't bother you anymore, and I will disappear in front of you. This, miss, was exactly what Charles used when he first saw Isabella in the Red Spirit estate. Isabella's eyes moved slightly, and she asked noncommittally, even if there will be a lot of dangers and accidents? Even if yes, but I hope to fulfill a promise before these dangers and accidents. Chinrue looked into Isabella's eyes. Snowdowlet, in the near future, I will go to the Holy Mountain of Light, personally pick a holy flower and send it to you. Isabella's pupils suddenly contracted, and her eyes were instantly filled with a complicated expression. This was a request she made to Charles at the beginning. Unexpectedly, he had always remembered it. Just before he was taken away by General Doran, he even held her hand and said, I haven't gone to the Holy Mountain of Light to pick that snowdowlet and give it to you. So, I will never leave just like this. Chinrue was originally just looking for an excuse, but he unexpectedly discovered her abnormal emotional fluctuations. He remembered that when he held Isabella's hand to confess before Doran arrived, it seemed to be a little strange. At that time, he thought that it was a sudden incident, so he ignored it. Now that I think about it, could it be that this snow dowlet really has a purpose? Or is it an entry point? Isabella had returned to normal in an instant. There was a strange brilliance in her smile. Then, I am looking forward to this day, Sir Charles. The title of Sir was much better than the indifferent Sir, and it did not make him disappear. At least, it was a good beginning for the relationship between the two parties to break the ice. However, the promise was just to stabilize her. In this test, he took the initiative to tell Isabella his secret, in the form of a confession. Perhaps it was also equivalent to telling the mysterious organization, especially the source of the black potion. He believed that the Force would not deal with him again before trying to fight for this unique resource. This gave him valuable buffer time. As long as the fallen angel capital plan succeeded, the identity of Charles would completely evaporate like Master Arthur. Even if the organization had various schemes, it was just a fleeting cloud. After Chinrue achieved his goal, he made a sensible gesture. He did not pester anymore and left. Snow Dowlet. Isabella's palm holding her arm trembled a little, her nails deeply pinched into her white, jade-like skin, and she didn't even realize that blood was oozing out. There were a few rare traces of grief and pain in her trembling voice. She seemed to remember something unforgettable. It was not until Crobolus's voice came that she gradually returned to normal. Chinrue didn't know Isabella's true emotions. The capital strategy had come to an end. He had to go to a place to see another beauty first. The beauty's beauty was even better than Isabella, but for him personally, the danger was 10 times more. Chapter 363. Rainbow Valley. Miss Long was still dressed in a pair of glasses and a long dress. When she saw Richard appear in front of her again, Rollis showed a moving smile. This moving smile made Chinrue a little absent-minded for a moment. To be honest, in addition to her amazing beauty, Miss Long's quiet and elegant intellectual temperament was also full of charm. However, Chinrue immediately returned to normal. He was even vigilant because he knew how much danger was behind this charm. You're back. You've worked hard. The tone of the intellectual beauty was like a wife waiting for her man to come home, but the next sentence exposed her true intentions. "Did you bring back the ancient rune slate?" Sure enough, she's still so direct. Chenrue nodded and said, "I have used the requiem fruit to save the friend named Moore. As a thank you, he gave me the remaining slate." Before he finished speaking, the fairy dragon's eyes immediately lit up. She appeared in front of him and grabbed his shoulder. "Really? That was great. Take it out and give it to me." The distance between the two sides was too close. He could already smell the faint fragrance from Rala's body. He could even see the two plump and well-proportioned ravines on her chest, but Rala didn't care. Similarly, Chenrue didn't dare to look too much. He just asked, "Then about me learning ancient runes?" "No problem. Leave it to me, since you're my good assistant. The most important thing is to be a good experiment subject." The two said in their hearts at the same time. Looking at Rala's posture, she would find the slate even if she had to strip him naked. Maybe she would even study to crack his space power. Chenrue immediately took out a slate from the storage space. Rala grabbed it and stroked the slate excitedly. Just like last time, a large number of symbols floating in the air began to appear on the slate. Chenrue immediately activated deep analysis and quickly recorded many symbols like a computer. Rala also seemed to be using this method to check the integrity of the slate. Seeing Chenrue staring at the ancient runes intently, Miss Long showed an appreciative look. This Richard is indeed a guy who is eager to learn and respects knowledge. If he has the talent for ancient runes, I might as well give him some pointers in this regard. The runes gradually disappeared. The fairy dragon put away the slate with satisfaction, and she suddenly showed a trace of doubt. "Where did your friend get these slates? Are there any more?" Chenrue had long known that she had this question, so he replied, "My friend is a demon overlord-level powerhouse. He got this slate by chance hundreds of years ago. At that time, he and several partners faced a strong enemy, and they finally defeated this enemy. The slate was obtained from that enemy, but unfortunately, they only got a part of it. It is said that this enemy is a dragon with the strength of the peak stage of the demon overlord, but it is not in a good state. It is using the power of these slates to heal. Otherwise, even if they join forces, they are not its opponent." A glimmer of light flashed across the fairy dragon's glasses. A dragon of the peak stage of the demon overlord? Crystal Dragon Jacob? As for the injury, perhaps it is an old injury left from the battle with Peglio back then, or perhaps it is an injury from encountering a strong enemy later. Jacob is also considered to be barely proficient in the dragon inscription. He should be able to use some kind of strange power of these ancient runes, slates, to heal his special physique. This matter should not be a problem, but unfortunately, only 2 slates were obtained. The runes were still incomplete, and many problems still could not be answered. The Crystal Dragon Jacob was Rala's sworn enemy. Hearing that Richard and his friend were also the Crystal Dragon's enemies, the fairy Miss Long regretted that she couldn't gather all the slates, and she had a more favorable impression of Chenrue. However, the biggest reason was naturally the precious ancient runes slate that he offered. "Miss Rala, the combination of these 2 symbols is 7, and that kind of law is very similar. Is there some connection, or do they belong to the same category?" Chenrue thought for a while and drew a dozen symbols on the ground. One was from the slate last time, and the other was what he saw just now. Although he couldn't get an accurate answer in deep analysis, he could already accurately judge the type and changes. Rala was slightly surprised, and there was a flash of appreciation in her eyes. With her attainments, she could naturally see the accuracy of these 14 runes. Those changes were accurate. She didn't expect that this Richard was actually talented in this area. Coupled with magic circle, dragon inscription, and mechanics, he could be considered an all-rounder. "Miss? Oh, can you? Ah!" Miss Long habitually showed a dazed expression, and she replied without answering the question, "I'm a little hungry." Sure enough, it starts again. Fake days playing dumb, black-bellied, so. The life of a chef, handyman, and experiment subject also began. Perhaps it was because of the 2 ancient rune slates, or perhaps it was the strong learning talent that Chinrue showed. Rala's attitude toward him had a slight change. This change was mainly reflected in the experiment being more careful and persistent. She would not give up until she got a satisfactory conclusion. She believed that this studious assistant would definitely be moved by her spirit of research. In fact, the studious assistant almost burst into tears every time. Of course, she was not moved, but tortured by these experiments. Many of Miss Long's experiments looked gorgeous. They were 100 times more beautiful than the capital's secret prison. But when it came to the degree of danger, the secret prison was simply a leisure resort. Speaking of the secret prison, it was necessary to mention the fat warden Kabang, who had embezzled Chinrue's space ring. After learning about what happened at the court meeting, the fat warden rushed to the palace and waited outside the palace until the senior palace consultant, who had just left. He returned the space ring to him while trembling. In fact, this ring was just a cover-up. The number was not particularly large. For the fat warden, it was originally a good income, and he was complacent for a few days. However, after learning that this prisoner had brought down the Lincoln family and the Minister of Military Affairs, the fat warden shivered several times. The fear in his heart was simply unparalleled. He immediately returned the ring intact and added a lot of filial piety in it. "Isn't there still?" Chinrue took the ring and checked it. Suddenly he frowned, which made the fat warden's heart skip a beat. Then the consultant shook his head. "Forget it. That is your reward. Do well, I have high hopes for you." After saying this, the consultant drifted away. The fat warden was stunned on the spot, and he almost cried, because when Chinrue said this, many people next to him heard it. Most of them were the important members of various families who were also waiting to invite Charles and even the elder families. These people showed a sudden realization at the same time. No wonder Charles can break out of prison 13. It turns out that he bribed this fat warden. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, the fat warden was finally involved in the sentence. Even if he could climb ashore alive, he would lose dozens of kilograms of fat. In the following days, although his body and spirit were ravaged by a certain beauty, Chinrue finally had the opportunity to come into contact with ancient runes. Rala still had 12 of the same slate, plus the 2 from Chinrue. There were a total of 14. According to Rala, she got these slates from a ruin many years ago. There were a total of 18 slates, and 6 were later taken away by her enemies. Ancient runes were known as the language of the gods. It was extremely magical. It was said that one could peek into the mysteries of the gods. However, many years ago, it seemed that after a shocking battle, the gods suddenly disappeared. After that, there were almost no miracles. This battle could only be seen in many historical materials. Some people also called it the twilight of the gods. Of course, the gods had eternal life. Tens of thousands of years was just a nap for the gods, so the believers still remained pious. Even that guy, Lomont, also said the mantra of demon god above from time to time, but it was unknown whether his piety was positive or negative. Each slate was equivalent to a basic character, just like the basic gestures of Chinese characters in Chinrue's understanding. It could derive a large number of sides to form various words. Of course, the understanding of words was only the first step. There were still words, sentences, and specific applications which were complicated and esoteric. If one could really master the mystery within, it was possible to peek into the mysteries of the demigod realm. Rala was praised by Paglio as the first person of ancient runes in the demon realm. She had been studying this for thousands of years, but according to her words, she only mastered some of the most basic, superficial knowledge. If she could gather all the slates, she might be able to improve her level. Chinrue didn't dare to take out all the slates at once. Firstly, He had already made up the story last time. If he changed it rashly, it would arouse suspicion. Secondly, he was afraid that Rolla would burn the bridge after crossing it. Miss Long of the Ferry had a negative moral integrity. Moreover, she was also Paglio's enemy. If she became stronger and stronger, I'm afraid that Paglio will be in great danger in the future. At present, it was better to follow Rolla to try to learn the knowledge of the other slates. After mastering to a certain extent, he would comprehend the last 4 slates by himself. Rolla spent most of her time immersed in the study of the 2 slates that were lost and recovered, so she didn't have too much suspicion. Although it was only 2 slates, nearly 1,000 side radicals evolved from them, and they could intersect with the other 12 slates to form countless words. It could be described as extremely complicated. As an assistant, Chinrue learned a lot of knowledge of ancient runes. The effect of deep analysis was fully exerted. Many changes and combinations that were almost impossible to remember became an unforgettable imprint under the powerful function of deep analysis. It was engraved in Chinrue's mind. The more he came into contact with ancient runes, the more he could feel the vastness of the mystery as if it could contain everything in the world. If the original understanding of dragon inscription and magic circle made him stand at the peak of a mountain, then he was now in deep space, seeing the entire planet. Of course, beyond the planet, there were galaxies, star territories, and even the boundless universe. The mystery was endless. Although Chinrue only occasionally showed a little bit of brilliance, it was enough to surprise Rolla, especially the accurate calculation and analysis ability. More and more times, Fairy Miss Long needed to rely on the power of this assistant. At this time, Chinrue took the opportunity to take out something. It was a prop made according to the rune changes on Paglio. He said that it was something that he accidentally obtained at a trade fair many years ago. He couldn't understand it at first. Now that he learned ancient runes, he realized that it might be related to this. Rolla suddenly became interested, and she quickly recognized that it was some kind of seal. There were many words and phrases in it that she couldn't understand at her current level. It was abnormally complicated, but she didn't give up. Instead, she began to experiment and research enthusiastically. As an assistant, Chinrue was sincerely willing to assist her in completing the research this time. As long as this seal could be cracked, Paglio would completely get rid of the shackles on his body and restore the strongest power of the peak stage of the demon overlord. This kind of power was at least at the level of the crystal dragon, Jacob. Even without considering the situation of the Dark Moon, it was a huge surprise for the poison dragon himself. What surprised Chinrue was that Rolla's experimental subjects in ancient runes were mostly herself. For example, she was among the 7 stone pillars now. On each pillar, there were constantly changing rune texts. This experiment simulated an unknown sentence in Paglio's seal. The entire laboratory, including the stone pillars, magic circles, and other settings, were special supplies made by Rolla for studying ancient runes in her early years. It could simulate and detect the effects of these mysterious runes to the greatest extent. These 7 stone pillars emitted a gentle light. Rolla was savoring the feeling while recording the changes with a pen. In all fairness, the fairy dragon was indeed an excellent researcher and scholar. She did not hesitate to take personal risks in many experiments, just like the great scientists that Chinrue knew in the other world. It's just that if that degree of fanaticism can be calmed down appropriately, it will be fine if the moral value is higher and the attributes of the fake days will be weakened a little. However, is this still Rolla? As he was imagining, the symbols on the stone pillars suddenly began to jump rapidly, flashing with some kind of restless light. The jumping became more and more intense, and the light instantly became extremely intense. Not good. Chinrue was shocked, and he was about to forcibly stop the experiment. "Don't stop!" The fairy dragon shouted, and a magic shield appeared around her instantly. The fairy dragon's magic shield should be regarded as the most powerful defensive magic in the demon realm, but the strong light seemed to have a strange law. The elemental power of the magic shield was quickly swallowed and disintegrated. Before the fairy dragon could cast the next magic, she had been completely swallowed. Just when Qinrui used forced emergency methods to stop the experiment, the fairy dragon in the center had disappeared. Qinrui was taken aback. Was it space magic just now? Rala was banished to a different space. Or did she transmigrate? This should have been a celebratory event, but the problem was that it was an important research period to remove Peglio's seal. If the fairy dragon was transferred by the Space Administration, wouldn't someone's previous hardships be in vain? Qinrui's heart moved, and he began to search in the Rainbow Valley. Sure enough, he found the unconscious Rala on a hillside. What was even worse was that her long dress was already in tatters. Not only her shoulders, even half of her chest was exposed. Even though she was lying down, one could clearly see the full and alluring curves of her snow-white breasts and even a little pink flower bud. No way, this scene is too unscientific. Chapter 364. Rala's eyes slowly opened a little. She felt a little dizzy, and her body seemed to be undulating slightly. When she focused, it turned out that she was actually being held in the arms of Richard and walking forward. "Damn man, how dare you touch me? AI, my body is soft. I don't have any strength at all. Even the elements have become chaotic. I can't condense them in a short time. It seems that the annotation of the runes just now should be disintegrating elements and space transfer. It's also a little offensive. These sentences are inlaid. They have special power individually, but when combined as a whole, it has another kind of restrictive effect. AI, why am I thinking so much now? Hurry up and break the damn disintegrating power, condense elements, and electrocute this daring guy into a pool of coke. This guy is actually quite pleasing to the eye. He is usually diligent, and the food he cooks is particularly delicious. He is also a magic circle and mechanic master. He also has amazing talent in ancient runes, and he is also a hard-working experimental subject. Isn't it a pity if he turns into coke like this? Rice paste or jam should be better. The fairy Miss Long's thoughts kept changing on how to deal with this daring man. Since the elements disintegrated by the runes couldn't condense for a while, she could only pretend to be unconscious and let this guy carry her all the way to the room. At this time, the disintegrated elements finally began to condense a little. Considering this guy's strange anti-magic physique, she still needed to endure for a few minutes to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Qinrui didn't know that the fairy Miss Long in his arms had woken up. He carefully placed her on the bed, touched her forehead, and frowned. "Why is it a little hot? AI, what a stupid woman. It was so dangerous just now." Yet she still refused to stop. After muttering a few words to himself, he covered her with a blanket to cover her disheveled body. Then he turned around and walked out. Rala's long eyelashes opened a little. "Damn it! How dare you say that I, the genius lady, am a stupid woman? You even touched this lady's forehead." The footsteps were approaching again. At this time, the fairy dragon had recovered most of her power. It was easy to deal with this fake pervert, but she still pretended to be unconscious, quietly. She premeditated to kill him with a sudden attack when he had bad intentions. His hand gradually approached her, but it did not reach into her clothes. Instead, it touched her forehead. It was a wet towel, and then there seemed to be no then. The powerful magic that Miss Rala had been accumulating for a long time had been in vain. It was as if she had punched cotton. She was so frustrated that she felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable anger. This young lady is so beautiful and moving. Yet this fellow didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of me? Could it be that this lady has no charm? What a blind fellow! Qinrui was completely unaware of the lady's completely contradictory psychology. In fact, in terms of beauty and figure alone, only Catherine could be comparable to Rala. It was impossible to be completely indifferent while hugging this beautiful and moving lady. It was just that when he thought of the fairy dragon's usual power, especially the terrifying shadow caused by the experiment. Some kind of restless thoughts were immediately driven away by fear. If it weren't for the ancient runes, Chinrue wouldn't dare to touch this terrifying beauty that even Paglio was afraid of, even if he was given more courage. Rala's experiment was directly related to Paglio's seal. At this time, Chinrue absolutely didn't want anything to happen to her, so he naturally had to serve her carefully. As Chinrue was about to change the towel, he suddenly saw Rala's purple eyes open. He was startled, and his hand froze in the air. He saw the fairy Miss Long with a vigilant expression. "What do you want to do?" "Help you. Change the towel. You fainted during the experiment just now," Chinrue explained quickly. The current situation was indeed easy to misunderstand. If Rala thought that he was some kind of wretched character, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the sea of death. "Really?" Rala touched the wet towel on her head with a suspicious look. "You didn't do anything just now, right?" "I just carried you here to rest. I also put your glasses on this side for you." Chinrue was afraid that she was overthinking, so he temporarily changed carry to carry. Little did he know that the fairy dragon had woken up long ago. "Carry?" The fairy dragon's tone seemed more suspicious. Yes. Now go to the lab and get my magic record book immediately. If I don't see the record book within a minute, I will believe that you just conspired against me." "This is not scientific. Your basis for this determination is too outrageous," Chinrue strongly criticized in his heart, but he didn't dare to slow down. He had disappeared from the door of the room in an instant. Rala adjusted her clothes and found that she had become a revealing outfit. "Damn, I must have been taken advantage of by this guy's eyes just now." She flipped the wet towel on her forehead to one side. It was cool and quite comfortable. "This bastard is not bad. I will reluctantly forgive his rude behavior. At most, I will take good care of him in future experiments. But this is the last time. If he dares to touch me or see my body again, I must turn him into coke, rice paste, jam. By the way, it seems he accidentally saw my chest when I was taking a bath last time. Did he also make up his mind like this at that time? Forget it. Let's take this last time as the standard, even for the sake of that comfortable wet towel. Yes, this is the last time." As she was thinking, Chinrue had already rushed in with the magic record book while sweating profusely. As soon as Rala saw the record book, her messy thoughts were immediately forgotten. She threw the towel on her forehead, sat up, put on her glasses habitually, grabbed the record book, and began to record. After 3 minutes, the fluctuations will change. The special effects are element disintegration, space, transfer. Then this text should be a compound type. That's right. In this section I can... Rala carefully recorded and analyzed, completely forgetting the suspect who was plotting against her. "Okay, it's finally done." Rala jumped up and waved the magic pen in her hand excitedly. "Come and take a look." Chinrue hurriedly came over. Rala explained the detailed meaning and usage of this sentence to him. He suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Chinrue had to admit that Rala was indeed a genius among geniuses. Even if he had a bug skill like deep analysis, in terms of inspiration and comprehension in this field, he could only look up to the fairy Miss Long, fairy dragon. This section can be divided into 3 parts. Chinrue nodded yes. Fairy dragon. Then this text should be described with potential. Chinrue continued to nod yes. Fairy dragon. If the following fields are reversed, there will be different effects. This should be one of the main paragraphs in the seal. Chinrue nodded continuously yes. Fairy dragon. Did you want to do something to me just now? Chinrue nodded habitually yes, fairy dragon. Sneered with a strong aura humph. Chinrue reacted ugh, I swear to God. It had always been Chinrue who used words to fool others. Today, he was finally trapped by someone. Sure enough, he would have to pay for what he did sooner or later. No. Before he finished a sentence, he saw the electric light lingering, and his whole body flew up. When he fell to the ground, he had changed into an explosive hairstyle, black-bellied, too black-bellied. Someone's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He secretly vowed to never ignore this terrifying attribute hidden under the fake days in the future. However, Miss Long controlled her power very well. Although someone's appearance was a bit similar to the performance art of smoky makeup, he did not actually suffer much damage. Forget about hugging me in the front. You actually dare to scold me as a stupid woman? And are you indifferent to my beauty? Humph. I've decided. From now on, you have to go in with me every time there is an experiment of ancient runes. Fairy Miss Long's glasses flashed with a burning light, and her tone was extremely firm. Even the strength to protest was lost. Perhaps there were gains and losses. When Chun Rue risked his life in the Rainbow Valley for the study of ancient runes, his other plan was proceeding smoothly. On this day, the lords of the fallen angel empire gathered in the capital to attend the emergency lord meeting convened by Regent Obsidian. In the palace hall, Obsidian was wearing the crown of a prince and a lavender luxurious robe, showing an extraordinary prestige. He looked around at the big and small lords with the eyes of a ruler and nodded with satisfaction. After a few customary opening remarks, Obsidian began to get straight to the point. There is a very important matter that I summoned all the lords this time. It can be said that it is related to the Demon Realm Potioneer competition that will be held in the capital soon. Obsidian paused. For some special reasons, I need all the lords to come up with enough funds to sponsor this competition until it is successfully completed. As soon as they heard that the purpose of this meeting was to ask for money, many lords immediately lowered their eyes. The taxes paid by each estate to the capital every year were already very high, especially the lords of small estates. Generally, they were not well off, so they were silent at the moment. No one was willing to take the lead in responding. The reaction of the lords was within Obsidian's expectation. These guys only saw their own interests in their eyes. They held a lot of black crystal coins in their hands, so tightly that not even a single coin would leak out. You need to understand one thing first. This time, I'm not asking you for money, but I'm going to make your money more. I'm giving you money. It's equivalent to a huge reward. Obsidian's tone was full of strong arrogance and confidence. In fact, this was also the true portrayal of his heart. As long as the black potion came out, it would definitely be a huge benefit of several times. I know that many lords aren't very well off, and their money is slowly accumulated. Now, there's an excellent opportunity to multiply their wealth in a short period of time. If I'm not sure, I will never hold a formal lord meeting at this time. I can't disclose some things, so don't ask for the specific reason. Just trust me, Obsidian. Lucifer. Double the growth? For a while, the lords whispered. It sounds very attractive, but I can't even ask the reason. Will there be any problem? If it's just a potioneer competition, won't I have to pay for it? How can I make a lot of money? However, the tone of Royal Highness Regent just now is clearly a guarantee. The White Feather Estate will take out 2 million black crystal coins in response to the Edict of Royal Highness Regent. The White Feather Estate Lord Sikali considered for a while, and he took the lead to speak. On the surface, this lord who was deeply in love with Jia was actually getting benefits from both sides. He was also quite appreciated by Obsidian in the capital. This time he would definitely be commended by the regent if he took a good lead. 2 million was definitely an astronomical figure for civilians. But for an investment plan, this amount of money was not even enough to fill the gap between the teeth. Obsidian frowned. As he was about to speak, a powerful voice sounded at this time. It's just 2 million, and you have the nerve to ask? For the call of Royal Highness Regent, the Red Spirit Estate has always spared no effort to respond. I, Josh, Alvin, will invest 1 billion black crystal coins. As soon as the sentence came out, the audience suddenly quieted down. Are you sure it's 1 billion? Not 100,000? Many lords thought they had heard it wrong. The Red Spirit Lord Josh glanced at the shocked Siculi with a hint of pride, and he calmly accepted the astonished gazes of the lords. With Josh's keen senses, he had already smelled that this matter must be related to Charles. Josh knew what had happened in the capital recently. In fact, after the Charles case, the younger brother, Samuel, was hidden by him instead of escaping. Josh's original intention was to observe for a while first. If Charles really couldn't make a comeback, then it would not be too late to offer Samuel to the capital to show his merits. Anyway, the person was in his hands. As a result, when Charles appeared in the capital again, he unbelievably overthrew the elder families and the Minister of Military Affairs, and he became a popular figure in one fell swoop. Josh couldn't help but rejoice that he had finally made the right move. During this period, under his wholehearted guidance and even the help of secret techniques, Samuel finally succeeded in breaking through to the demon emperor realm. He used the strange space power to return to the human world. Samuel would definitely tell his brother about the series of great help that the Red Spirit had given him. From the previous contact and the capital incident, it could be seen that Charles was a person who repaid kindness and hatred. Now that he was also considered to be a benefactor to the Cribbet family, he would definitely get a generous return. The reason why Charles could get the full support of Regent Obsidian must be related to this huge investment plan now. So Josh did not hesitate to step forward and make a heavy bet. Obsidian knew that Charles' earliest partner was Josh, and he also guessed some of his plans. In any case, it was indeed praiseworthy to take the lead in firing the most powerful first shot now. Good. Lord Josh is indeed my most powerful right-hand man. Soon, you will be glad for this decision. I can guarantee that within half a year, this 1 billion black crystal coins will become at least 5 billion or even 2 billion. After counting all the funds invested this time, I will order a special person to calculate it, and I will announce the specific installment return plan by tomorrow at the latest. Everyone was shocked. He can earn so much in half a year. Is it true or not? As soon as he heard the familiar term, installment return, Josh was more sure in his heart. He bowed. Although this has exhausted the estate's accumulation for hundreds of years, the guarantee and trust of your highness cannot be measured by money. Within 10 days, this money will appear in front of your highness. Very good. Obsidian did not hide his admiration. Lord Josh's merit should be close to reaching the Duke. I hope you can continue to work hard. Perhaps in the near future, the Red Spirit will give birth to the first Lord Duke. I look forward to the day when I personally award you the medal and scepter representing the Duke. The titles of the Demon Realm Empire were divided into Prince, limited to the royal family, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron from high to low. Among the 4 lords, Jia was the lineal descendant of the Lord of Midnight Sun and had the title of Princess. The other 3 lords were all Marquis. Only a few elder families and the Empire's first general, George, had the title of Duke. Hearing this hint, Josh was overjoyed. He bowed and sat down again. The White Feather Estate, Lord Siculi, who responded first, was bored instead. 2 million and 1 billion were completely incomparable. After Josh unexpectedly started this, many people's minds immediately began to move. 1 billion black crystal coins, even for the old estate, Red Spirit Estate, it should be a huge amount. Josh was one of the 4 lords. He had always been astute. If there was no absolute certainty, he would definitely not spend all his wealth without hesitation. Besides, there was also the regent to guarantee it. At this moment, the guard captain, Lance, reported, "Gauss, the representative of the Dark Moon Estate, is outside the hall asking to see you." Due to the well-known relationship, the Dark Moon Estate had only sent representatives to attend the Lord's meeting, starting from Crown Prince Grimm. Old Gauss was also a frequent visitor to the Lord's meeting. In order to avoid some contradictions from intensifying openly, Obsidian also turned a blind eye to this. However, this time, Obsidian was uncharacteristically cold and said, "He still has the face to come?" Didn't I tell him that the Dark Moon is not qualified to participate in this meeting this time? Obsidian glanced at the White Feather Estate's Lord Sikali, and he explained more to the lords. The Dark Moon Estate is poorly managed, and there are many inappropriate behaviors. Alan Cairn's death is directly responsible for the last time. How can an estate that has committed all kinds of mistakes participate in this important meeting related to huge benefits? Tell him to let my nephew's daughter, Jia, come in person next time and beg for forgiveness. Maybe I can consider weakening some sanctions on the Dark Moon. Now, immediately drive that Gauss out of the palace. No, drive him out of the capital. Yes. After the guard captain, Lance left, the lords whispered again. The regent's attitude was unusually tough. He was determined not to let the Dark Moon Estate get involved because he didn't want the Princess Royal's estate to get benefits. It seemed that this sponsorship did contain huge benefits. Thinking of this, the lords finally made up their minds. Blue Lava Estate invests $1 billion. White Feather Estate invests $800 million. Obsidian's cold face finally showed a confident smile, as if he had seen the road to victory in the future. Chapter 365. Rainbow Valley. Slow down when you enter. Don't rush too much. That's it. You won't be able to stand it if you push too hard. Okay, you can speed up after getting used to it. There should be a very special feeling. Although the above words were easy to misunderstand in another situation, Chenrue didn't misunderstand it all now because it was the fairy Miss Long who said these words. Rala was using a special magic circle to help him further deepen the power of his domain. This kind of magic circle was not simple, and it would consume a large amount of Rala's own magic power. This could also be considered as a rare benefit for a free handyman, cook, experiment subject, and assistant. Your territory is very unique. It is faintly close to the real territory, although your strength level can barely be regarded as the early stage of the Demon Emperor. The fairy dragon explained in detail. You have to remember that the real territory is not an illusion or force field created with your own power, but a world that is self-centered, uses the power of nature, and combines various qualities such as will, strength, spirit, and so on to build a perfect structure, no matter strong or weak. Each territory is a unique work of art. Okay, you slowly expand the territory now, then use my elemental pressure to feel the existence of that kind of space. As a real peak stage of the demon overlord powerhouse, and also the top magician of the demon realm, Rala naturally had a unique understanding of the territory. Some explanations were similar to Paglio's, but some were different. She described the mystery of the territory more clearly from a research perspective. Coupled with the effect of the special magic circle, Chenrue had a new understanding of the Autumn territory. Especially in terms of control, it was simply advancing by leaps and bounds. Rala was very satisfied with Chenrue's progress, and she continued, through some rare ancient materials and my understanding of ancient runes, the territory of the god-level powerhouse is different from that of the demon overlord and demon emperor. The territory of a god-level powerhouse is different from that of a demon overlord and a demon emperor. It is no longer just using the natural power of heaven and earth to construct the scene. Instead, it has the existence of life. This kind of life can provide a strong power of faith. It is called the Kingdom of God life, Kingdom of God, territory, world. Chenrue seemed to have grasped something important, but he couldn't be sure what it was, so he fell into deep thought. After a short while, he shook his head in the end. However, he believed that after this inspiration slowly gathered and accumulated, he would finally obtain some sort of sudden enlightenment, and he would truly grasp a higher level of cultivation and strength. Chenrue dispersed the territory power and walked out of the magic circle wearily. Seeing the faint tiredness on the fairy dragon's face, he couldn't help but say, "Ms. Rala, thank you." This sentence was the most sincere sentence he had said since he came to the Crystal Valley. Whether it was the knowledge of ancient runes or the experience of space magic and domain, Rala taught him without reservation. At least at this moment, she treated him as a real assistant. I just want to get a field experiment subject. The fairy dragon muttered softly. What? Chinrue didn't hear it clearly. What? He repeated the same sentence again, his signature, fake days. Although Chinrue didn't hear the words just now, he could infer from Rala's expression that it was definitely not something good. Ms. Rala. Oh, can you cancel the demon-breaking experiment later? I really can't take it anymore. Oh. Continue to stay in a daze, pretending not to hear. Why are you so enthusiastic about the demon-breaking experiment? Why do you have to conduct an experiment every day? The fairy dragon didn't pretend to be stupid this time, and she said seriously, because I have a nemesis who is immune to magic. I must find a way to crack his immunity physique. Chinrue knew that she was talking about the crystal dragon, Jacob. He thought about it, magic immunity. It is a very troublesome enemy, especially for Mississippi. However, even if that nemesis is immune to magic, I can use magic to create physical damage to deal with him, such as bursting, impact, collapse, etc. The more I learn about ancient runes, the more I feel that there are endless mysteries in it. Once I can master these mysteries, it is equivalent to cracking the power of the god-level powerhouse. I should have considerable confidence in dealing with your nemesis. Therefore, the focus now should be on ancient runes. If Miss trusts me, I hope to help you deal with him at that time. The latter part of so was the true meaning of his beating around the bush. During this period, there was also an attempt to take advantage of the opportunity to reap benefits at that time. The fairy dragon was not a fool. She nodded at first, but she frowned slightly later. Thinking of Chenrue's recent words, she kept mentioning ancient runes. She couldn't help but show a hint of suspicion. Chenrue keenly noticed the fairy dragon's strange expression. Originally, the origin of the two ancient rune slates was very coincidental. If the fairy dragon thought deeply about it, she might trace it all the way and find something fishy. In order to divert Rala's attention, Chinrue immediately showed a depressed look. I know I'm useless. I'm just doing my best for Mississippi. In fact, in the eyes of Miss, I'm just a weak fool. I can't do anything. There is a problem that I have been thinking about for a long time. I want to leave here for a while. I will come back to study after I regain my confidence. Very shameless playing hard to get, but the capital's plan is about to be successful. I must go there. Let me lay a foreshadowing first. It was now an important juncture of the experiment, especially in terms of ancient runes. The insights that Chenrue put forward from time to time also benefited Rala a lot. Of course, she refused to give up this part-time worker who had the title of a capable assistant. Seeing the Sir Assistant's depressed look, Rala blinked. Unexpectedly, she didn't activate her usual fake daze attribute. Instead, she said with certainty, "You are wrong. You are by no means a fool who can't do anything, but very good man." In order to restore the assistant's fighting spirit, the fairy Miss Long thought for a while and used all the commendatory words that were rarely used. Love knowledge, have wisdom and ability, have the spirit of research, and know how to take care of people. Did I hear it wrong? Is she talking about me? Chinrue looked at the fairy Miss Long with some surprise. After listing a lot of advantages of the Sir Assistant, who was actually a cook and handyman experiment, Miss Rala's tone changed. It can be said that you are the most suitable long-term experiment. No, the ideal life partner. You once said that you admire my knowledge and beauty. In fact, I have a good feeling about you, but unfortunately. When she said the word unfortunately, the fairy Miss Long shook her head regretfully and didn't continue. There were many reasons why it was a pity, such as a short lifespan, too weak, not being a dragon's, and so on. If not for these, unfortunately, this man should be a long-term experiment, a suitable candidate for a husband. After so many years, this was the first time that she met a like-minded man, she thought she was. Although there was a "unfortunately" at the end, the words in front were enough to make Chinrue stunned. What? Why? Illusion, illusion. Is today the day of hearing parts malfunction? Carefully noticing the seductive blush on Miss Rolla's face, Chinrue suddenly felt dizzy. It's not an illusion. Is it really the luck of love? Or is it the power of the protagonist's halo? Wait, calm down. Analyze it calmly. There seems to be a keyword in those words just now. Unfortunately, no. Marry you? No. There's something more important. That's right. It's a long-term experiment. Chinrue was horrified. These 5 words were enough to turn Miss Rolla's other heart-pounding words into ashes. It turned out that the fairy dragon's criteria for choosing a spouse was actually a long-term meal ticket, a long-term servant, and a long-term experiment. If I'm really targeted by her, wouldn't I be, oh my God! I'd better finish learning the ancient runes and run away. The fairy Miss Long's words were intended to inspire the fighting spirit of the Sir Assistant. In the end, she also faintly blushed. She actually said her life partner. However, it's a pity. It's impossible. I'll just say this for the sake of my future experiments and research. Next, this man's reaction should be excited, touched, obsessed, intoxicated. She didn't know why, although her subjective judgment was impossible. She was looking forward to seeing the man's excited expression. Some female creatures had a common failing that didn't distinguish between race and strength. However, this guy's reaction was with a dumbfounded face. What? Bastard man, how dare you imitate me? How dare you ignore me? ZZZZZZ. Manic electric current sound. Scream. ZZZZZZ. Weak screams. ZZZZ. Charred form was too weak to complain. At this time, Ja of the Dark Moon City was quietly listening to the report of the Imperial Guard Commander, Kaguran. Kaguran reported a new magic message from the capital. Old Gauss, who represented the Dark Moon Estate at the Lord Meeting, was refused to participate in the Lord Meeting, and he was expelled from the capital by the regent. This should have been very bad news, but Ja didn't panic at all, as if everything was expected. However, to Kaguran's surprise, there seemed to be a hint of joy on Princess Royal's face. There were some emotions that he couldn't understand, but he still didn't dare to ask more. He bowed and retreated. Kaguran's emotions that he couldn't understand were intertwined with excitement, exhilaration, appreciation, admiration for someone, and a little longing. Other than Chinrue himself, the person who knew the plan the best was Ja. Old Gauss was refused to participate in the Lord Meeting, which meant that Obsidian had a deep belief in Chinrue and publicly proposed a large fundraising plan at the Lord Meeting. By then, the Dark Moon wouldn't get any benefits. Although the capital's restrictions on the Dark Moon were getting stronger and stronger, the Dark Moon's rapid development was no longer suppressed by simple sanctions. Under the transformation of magic dust, the crop problem that had troubled the Dark Moon for thousands of years had been successfully solved. The barren land had been transformed into a high-yielding and efficient magic land. Even if there was a war, the current amount of food accumulated could sustain for 2 to 3 years. It was still claimed to be relying on the assistance of the Red Spirit Estate and the food trade of the Custer family of the Shadow Empire. These magic lands were only in the secret food base. Once the time was ripe, it would be promoted throughout the Dark Moon. Then, the Dark Moon Estate, which had always been short of food, would become the largest food production base of the Demon Realm. In terms of economy, a series of carefully prepared facilities and measures came in handy under the promotion of the treasure hunting boom. As the Dark Moon's various resources and low tax rates and other favorable policies were spread to the Demon Realm through free advertising, more and more merchants appeared in the Dark Moon. Not only the Custer family, but also the business families of other empires. There were countless scattered merchants. Even if the treasure craze faded, the Dark Moon was still a popular place in the eyes of merchants. As a brand, the Princess Retail Store's business was booming. It had signed agreements with many places. More and more branches began to appear. The momentum of the night market maintained a high level of steady improvement, and other shops gradually stabilized. Only the auction house was still extremely popular. Every auction item was spontaneously hyped to a terrifying height by the aggressive demons. According to Chenrue's previous speculation, it would probably take a while before it would gradually become rational. The current situation of the Dark Moon was no longer the time when the economic lifeline was completely controlled by the Red Spirit estate, represented by Joseph. On the contrary, after the betrayal of the Mellon family, Joseph's Chamber of Commerce was completely suppressed. Moreover, according to someone's scheme, the power in Joseph's hands would be in the Dark Moon's pocket sooner or later. As long as she cooperated with the Guile of the Cloak Gang to put on a good show, the entire Dark Moon's economy would be completely in her hands. Compared with the economy, the development of military power was also very smooth. The garrison guards, which had always been a weakness, were completely different from the previous army after Athena's training. The battle ball also played a big role. Not only was the arena full for every match, but the garrison guards and the imperial guards competed with each other. Jia took the opportunity to launch an internal military training competition. As a result, the imperial guards who were overpowered by the battle ball beat the garrison guards severely. The garrison guards naturally refused to admit defeat. Under the leadership of Athena and Eryx, they trained hard. In this healthy competition, the combat power of the army was increasing day by day. The massive high-quality iron, or that Chenrue brought from Mount Shillong last time, had been made into very sophisticated equipment by the craftsmen of the Cloak Gang, especially the 7-shot crossbow newly invented by the craftsmen of the Cloak Gang. The Minotaur had amazing lethality after attaching a certain magic effect. It was one of the secret weapons of the Dark Moon. Of course, the biggest secret weapon was the Wyvern Legion in the Black Rainforest. The area had long been designated as a military restricted area and was sealed by various magic circles. Everything was proceeding in an intense and orderly manner according to the plan. According to Chenrue's plan, the current strength of the army was still in its infancy. It would take a considerable period of time to lay the foundation. Then it would grow further. Now the biggest plan was close to success. By then the capital would be greatly weakened, and various estates would attack Obsidian. The Dark Moon could use the precious time to continue to develop rapidly. By then they could unite various estates to launch a real challenge to the capital. This was Chenrue's initial plan. Although countless adjustments had been made so far, the general direction remained the same. Moreover, Obsidian had been successfully lured into the trap. All of this was the human's credit. Jia could imagine how much effort he had made and how much danger he had faced. Although she would be angry almost every time they met, there was an uncontrollable yearning when she couldn't see him. Actually, I miss the waltz under the moonlight. Actually, I'm looking forward to those 3 words. Actually, I really want to see that guy. Is this the feeling of liking someone? Chapter 366. Compared with Jia's confidence, Joseph's mood was gloomy. His Chamber of Commerce was constantly being squeezed out by the Joint Chamber of Commerce, represented by the Custer family. The Mellon family's temporary defection, coupled with Jia's suppression, the Dark Moon estate left him less and less room for development. Not only that, on the Red Spirit estate side, he was also almost unable to resist Kanita's various means. These means should be instructed by his father, Josh. It was obviously a punishment for him to keep it a secret from the capital. The bad situation both internally and externally made Joseph unable to eat and sleep well. If this continued, the foundation that he had painstakingly built for many years would become weaker and weaker. It would collapse sooner or later. Now, the only hope to turn things around was the plan of his ally, Aguile. Joseph had already stimulated the conflict with Jia step by step, according to Aguile, as planned. He even deliberately showed a posture of being forced to the edge of the cliff. This also made many small families who saw the bad situation imitate the Mellon family and began to express goodwill to Princess Royal openly and secretly. Of course, Joseph's real foundation accumulated over the years was far from this level. If he was determined to fight a protracted war with Jia, He could at least persist for 10 years. However, this passive situation of a dying struggle was obviously not what Joseph was willing to see. Not only did he have to survive this difficulty, but he also had to turn things around. The problem was that the cloak gang still had no movement so far. Did I get fooled? Was I used by Aguile? However, after thinking about it, Aguile, whose real identity was the heir of the Beelzebub royal family, had no reason to watch the Dark Moon's power completely fall into the control of Jah. As the other party said, the Dark Moon was the most important foundation for the revival of the Beelzebub royal family. The previous series of plans were for this purpose, and he, Joseph, the future Red Spirit Lord, was the unique spokesperson. At this time, Royce came to report that the Cloak Gang began to gradually gather the funds of the night market and arena. They seemed to be making some moves. Joseph was meticulous, and he wasn't a character who could easily trust people. Considering Visash's past, Aguile's plan wasn't disclosed to Royce in case there was a mistake. Now that he heard Royce's report, Joseph had no doubt in his heart, as if he had put down a big stone hanging over his head. Aguile has really started to take action. Next, I only need to follow the plan step by step to build momentum. Finally, I will take a gamble with Jah to truly control the Dark Moon. By then, it didn't matter even if the Red Spirit Estate temporarily lost its foothold, because the ally still had a series of follow-up measures against his father, Josh. Plus the capital's Regent Obsidian's praise, defeating his father and brother, and ascending to the throne of the Red Spirit Estate Lord was not a dream. Joseph, who had regained his composure, finally revealed a rare smile. He felt that the gloominess in his heart had been swept away. He began to instruct Royce to arrange everything and prepare for the next regular meeting. It was just that he didn't know that Royce was the spy arranged by Aguile around him a long time ago. As for Visasha, she had long been Royce's real wife. Chinrue's plan was actually to let Joseph dig a pit and jump into it himself. Now that the pit had been gradually dug, he was waiting for Joseph to make a difficult move to jump into it willingly. Fallen Angel Capital. The Lords' meeting finally came to an end. After the Lords returned to the estate to prepare the funds, Obsidian convened the capital's families to hold a similar meeting. The elder families had long known some inside information about Charles. They had guessed that this kind of fundraising was related to the benefits brought by the mysterious human. It would definitely be a big deal with no loss. Although the failure to bribe Charles would cause the majority of the benefits to be occupied by Regent Obsidian, it was a pretty good result to be able to share the benefits equally now. Everyone could get a generous share of the profits. With the response of the elder families, Obsidian once again raised a huge sum of money. Of course, the biggest shareholder was the regent himself. As time passed day by day, the funds of the estate and the family had all been collected and concentrated. This was a terrifying astronomical figure. The person who owned this money could truly be worthy of the words, rich as a country. Even Obsidian couldn't help but be tempted. However, what Royal Highness Regent wanted was not only wealth, but also power and more things. Although this amount of money was astonishingly huge, it was only a small amount compared with the future profits. As a person in power, he couldn't be confused by the immediate interests. He had to look further. Ally Charles should also be such a person. As the illegitimate son of the royal family with a body of light blessing, he took the risk to come to the demon realm for the sake of a great cause. This was a great courage in itself. Regardless of whether Charles' succession plan in the human world could succeed or not, this cooperation would bring unparalleled benefits to Obsidian and the fallen angel empire controlled by him. What's more, both parties had signed an equality contract, so it was foolproof. In Obsidian's eagerness, more than a month later, the figure of Charles finally appeared at the gate of the palace. Obsidian was overjoyed when he heard the news. He hurriedly went out of the palace to welcome his ally in person and welcomed him all the way into the hall. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm a few days late due to some special reasons." Chinrue smiled and bowed. "It's okay. Obsidian nodded and returned the salute. The two were now in the honeymoon period of alliance cooperation, so there was no need to be too polite. Your Highness, how is the fundraising going? It has all been in place, and it has greatly exceeded the expected part. My ally is fortunate to not fail his mission. Obsidian casually said politely, but his tone was slightly complacent. With so many funds and so many sources, it was really not easy to count and gather them all in such a short time. It took a lot of effort. Your Highness' efficiency is really admirable. Qin Rue exclaimed, I'm also fortunate to not fail my mission and bring a precious gift to your Highness. Obsidian was originally waiting for him to say this. When he saw Qin Rue take out a box, his eyes lit up. He took it and opened it. Sure enough, a bottle of black potion was lying quietly inside. The delicate nameplate next to it was engraved with the words Longevity Potion. A faint light appeared in Obsidian's eyes. He opened the cork and smelled it. He felt a strange sense of vitality seeping into his heart as if he was 10 years younger at this moment. Yes, this must be a longevity potion. Obsidian suppressed the excitement in his heart. This time, he would never waste this bottle of precious potion that could prolong life like the last time he treated the super resurrection potion. For him who was already in his twilight years, for the demon realm where the black potion had been lost for many years. This was something that could not be bought with any money. This bottle is the longevity potion that my teacher has newly formulated. The purity is 100%. It is 100% again. That Grandmaster Sun Simiao really has unfathomable skills. Obsidian exclaimed sincerely. A type of black potion could only be taken once in a lifetime. Naturally, the higher the purity, the rarer it was. This meant that after taking the longevity potion, his lifespan could be maximized. Even a grandmaster like my teacher has experienced many failures and spent a lot of effort and financial resources to produce such a high-level super black potion. But he finally succeeded. This is equivalent to adding the most important weight to our balance. Your Highness, since you have opened the cork, you'd better take it immediately. Otherwise, the potion's efficacy will decline after a long time. It just so happens that I'm here. If there are any abnormalities, you can also catch me, the liar, and punish me severely. This sentence was actually the truth, but sometimes the truer it was, the less people believed it. Honest, reliable, and quite a sense of humor. Charles, you are such a man. No wonder the capital's most beautiful devils, Snareflower, has been a little distracted after you left. It turns out that she was cheated by a liar. Obsidian made a joke, looked at the potion bottle in his hand, pondered a little, and finally raised his head to drink it. After a while, Obsidian's half-squinted eyes slowly opened. There was a strong surprise in his purple pupils. At his level of power, he already had a certain perception of his lifespan. Now he could clearly feel the subtle changes in his body's functions. Many of his old injuries seemed to have automatically healed. More importantly was the strange feeling that his life had been extended. It had been extended by at least 200 years. Then it means that I can control the fallen angel empire for another 200 years. Power is an addictive thing. Once you hold it, you never want to let it go. It was just that Obsidian didn't think that if everything was lost, even if he added another 20,000 years, so what? It is worthy of being a super longevity potion with 100% purity. Once this potion appears in the demon realm, it will definitely make everyone crazy. Originally, Obsidian thought that the amount of money raised was too large to shake the entire empire, but now he felt that it seemed a little small. With this ultimate super potion, there was almost no risk. No matter how big the investment was, it was definitely worth it. Seeing your Highness' current appearance, it seems that I don't have to worry about going to the secret prison as a guest anymore. Qin Rue was confident of Obsidian's reaction, and he said with a calm smile, Charles, maybe our cooperation will be the luckiest thing for each other. As long as the plan is successful, will be temporarily recorded in the history of our respective races and be passed down through the ages. I firmly believe that this day is not far away. Obsidian's entire mental appearance seemed to have changed qualitatively. He had an unprecedented spirit. Chinrue smiled on the surface, but he secretly complained in his heart, "It's not the biggest luck, but the biggest misfortune. Of course it's for you. Moreover, it should be the bottle of longevity potion that will be recorded in the history. Although the value of some things can't be measured by money alone, this should be the most expensive bottle of black potion in the history of the demon realm." He knew very well in his heart that the source of Obsidian's enthusiasm was the naked relationship of mutual exploitation between the two sides. The reason why Charles changed from a prisoner to a guest of honor was precisely because of benefits. Now that the interests of the two had been tied together, they were bound together for good or bad. So Obsidian also hoped that his ally could succeed and become a long-term source of supply of black potions. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about the success or failure of Charles. Of course. Chinrue smiled slightly. There is also a piece of news that should be good. The reason why I came a few days late this time is actually to follow my teacher to visit a close friend of his, the mechanic Grandmaster. The Grand Master expressed considerable interest in a certain disobedient artifact. Hearing this good news, Obsidian's ears suddenly perked up. Mechanic Grand Master? Is today really a lucky day? Even the sword of fallen angel that has been a headache has hope to solve it? Chapter 367. In fact, the reason why Chinrue was late was that the fairy Miss Long's experiment was in the most vigorous stage, so she refused to let him go. However, the capital's plan had reached the most critical moment at this time, so he must leave. Therefore, he tried his best to sneak out and finally came to the fallen angel capital. Seeing Obsidian's surprised look, Chinrue said unhurriedly, "Your Highness, don't be happy too early. Although the mechanic Grandmaster has the same level of strength as my teacher, in your case, verbal description is definitely not enough. Specific observation must be carried out to find the crux." "You mean, you want to take away the sword of fallen angel?" Obsidian frowned slightly and asked calmly. Chinrue knew that the other party would definitely be suspicious, but his most important purpose this time was the huge sum of money. The sword of fallen angel was just along the way, so he would never neglect the essentials. He shook his head and gave Obsidian a reassurance first. Although the Grand Master wants to study the artifact of the demon realm, the sword of fallen angel is the national artifact of the fallen angel empire. How can you let me, an outsider from the human world, take it away? The Grand Master specially gave me a magic detector for this to record and detect some of the appearances and changes of the artifact. Then, I just need to bring the magic detector back. I hope I can find the crux. When Obsidian heard this, his heart suddenly became certain. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once I can find the crux of the artifact, then he heard the human's voice sounded again. Of course, the premise is that your Highness must trust me and let me use the item to observe the artifact. I naturally have unreserved trust in Charles, Obsidian said without hesitation, before entertaining my most trusted friend in the most enthusiastic way. I think we should first complete the capital handover. By the way, let's take a look at the highest artifact of my Lucifer royal family, the Sword of Fallen Angel. Chinrue quickly got up. Thank you, Your Highness. Obsidian took Chinrue through many checkpoints all the way to the secret vault of the palace. In the largest secret vault, Chinrue saw a huge mountain. As the secret cave of a country, it wouldn't be surprising if it was a mountain of black crystal coins, but it was a mountain of space bracelets and space rings. An unimaginably huge number. Chinrue looked at the list in his hand and the mountain in front of him, and was momentarily dumbfounded. When he first saw Peglio's treasure, he already felt that it was the most money he had ever seen in his life. But now he realized that this lifetime was just the beginning. Please forgive me. I lost my composure just now. This money Even if I take it to the Kribit family, no, even the entire Longhorn Empire, it is a huge sum of money that is enough to cause an earthquake. Chenrue quickly woke up, suppressed his heart beating, and smiled self-deprecatingly. This frankness won Obsidian's trust and favor instead. Not to mention you, even I, the regent, can't help but be tempted when I see this money. With this money, the first batch of black potions can be manufactured smoothly. Our plan will also take the most successful step, Chenrue added, and the two looked at each other and smiled. As Chenrue said, he walked to the front of the mountain. A faint light appeared in his hands, as if he was silently chanting some kind of incantation. As he waved his hands, the mountain strangely gradually flattened, shrank, and finally disappeared without a trace. It really is a good method. Obsidian was full of praise. Space equipment generally cannot be directly stored in space equipment, and the power of Charles should be some kind of space magic that has been lost in the demon realm. He is indeed the elite of the human world. An almost uncontrollable excitement surged in Chenrue's heart. This biggest plan that has been planned for a long time has experienced countless twists and turns, and now it is finally approaching the end successfully. After collecting this huge sum of money, Obsidian took him to another secret vault and activated the complicated magic circle. The protection of this secret vault was even better than the previous mountain. There was only one thing in it, which was a sword floating on the stone platform. The hilt was fine and exquisite, and there was a purple gem at the end. The edge of the sword was two angels standing back to back. The body of the sword was snow white, and there were two strange imprints engraved on it. It was simple and unadorned, but it was brimming with a mysterious power. The highest artifact of the Lucifer royal family, Sword of Fallen Angel. Under Obsidian's gaze, Chenrue slowly walked toward the Sword of Fallen Angel, reached out his hand, and looked back at Obsidian with an inquiring look. Obsidian nodded. The 7 artifacts were legendary super artifacts, forged by the demon god himself. Unlike ordinary artifacts, they couldn't be incorporated into the space. Even space magic couldn't do it. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Charles had any bad behavior, with Obsidian, a demon overlord, watching by the side, nothing would happen. Chenrue touched the sword. As soon as he touched the sword, he felt a strange, repulsive force coming. With a thought, he increased the output force, but the repulsive force coming from the sword became stronger. When he was about to exert more force, the Sword of Fallen Angel flashed. Chenrue felt like he was struck by lightning. His whole hand was shaken back. He felt that a strange force invaded his hand, and his arm trembled slightly. This situation did not surprise Obsidian because he had run into a wall countless times in the past hundreds of years. Seeing Charles being defeated, he felt the same, and at the same time, he had a faint feeling of gloating. He shook his head and sighed. This is the artifact of my Lucifer royal family. Unfortunately, every time I try to control it, I am always rejected by this nameless, powerful force. This should be because I can't get the artifact's recognition. I don't know if the mechanic Grandmaster has a way to solve it. Chenrue was baffled because he had been in contact with 2 of the 7 royal artifacts. The demon shield was fine, but the god-eating mask was a complete artifact that had been integrated by the super system and became an inseparable part. Neither of the 2 7 artifacts had such a strange, repulsive force like the one in front of him. Chenrue adjusted his strength, activated the deep analysis skill, and tried again. It was still the same result. He was rejected. The greater the force exerted, the stronger the resistance. It was also accompanied by a strange backfire. When he was rejected by the artifact, Chenrue's heart faintly surged with an inexplicable familiar feeling. It was very familiar. He immediately took out an item, disassembled it into several parts, and placed them around the Sword of Fallen Angel. The items gradually flashed with a faint, colorful light, echoing each other to form a strange formation. As the light changed, the sword of fallen angel finally reacted and began to light up with fluorescent light. Obsidian's pupils suddenly shrank. He had tried countless methods, but none of them could make the sword of fallen angel produce a special state. Now that Charles came up, he only fiddled with it a few times, and this kind of anomaly appeared. If it weren't for the identity of Charles coming from the human world and having the body of light blessing of the human royal family, he really doubted if he was a certain bloodline of the Lucifer royal family. Obsidian was more surprised at this time. He held his breath, lest he disturbed Charles's attempt. The mechanic grandmaster's item must have detected something crucial. In this way, I'm afraid there is really hope to crack the secret of the sword of fallen angel. Obsidian actually guessed half of it right. Chinrue did detect an unexpected secret with the magic item. The familiar feeling from the power of the sword of fallen angel is the power of ancient runes. To be precise, it is a kind of seal. If Chinrue hadn't gone to the Rainbow Valley and learned ancient runes from Rala, he would never have discovered this secret. In this way, Obsidian had been unable to get the recognition of the sword of fallen angel not only because of his own aptitude and bloodline power, but the most important reason was actually the seal of ancient runes on the 7 artifacts. There is no similar seal on the God-eating mask and the elusive demon shield, and the sword of fallen angel fell into Obsidian's hands after the death of the Lord of Midnight Sun. So this seal of ancient runes was cast by the Lord of Midnight Sun? At that time, the Lord of Midnight Sun was the top powerhouse of the demon realm. He was infinitely close to the demigod realm of the demon supremo. His strength was far better than the current top powerhouse, Raisin. I learned from the fairy dragon that the ancient runes were called the language of gods. There were very few people in the demon realm who knew it, and it was almost lost. I didn't expect this Lord of Midnight Sun actually knows the lost ancient runes. As we all know, in the war between the demon realm and the human world 300 years ago, the Lord of Midnight Sun led the demon coalition army and advanced triumphantly, causing heavy casualties to humans. He killed 3 human saint powerhouses in a row, but he unexpectedly encountered a mysterious human powerhouse. He was defeated and died, causing the leaderless demon's army to retreat to the demon realm. So, why did the Lord of Midnight Sun seal his weapon before he died? No. Chinrue shook his head, judging from his current knowledge of ancient runes. This seal was complicated and powerful. It was even better than the seal on Paglio. It was definitely not something that a demon overlord could cast. Thinking of the scene when the poison dragon was sealed by a mysterious powerhouse back then, Chinrue was secretly shocked. Demigod level. This seal is at least set by a demigod-level powerhouse. In that case, the real cause of the Lord of Midnight Sun's death is not that he died in the hands of an ordinary powerhouse in the human world, but a demigod-level powerhouse. If the demon overlord and demon emperor were the upper-level powerhouses, then the demigod level was the top powerhouse. Even the peak stage of the demon overlord could only bow down in front of this super powerhouse who was close to the god. The demigod-level powerhouse was an independent territory. Although they didn't show their power by showing miracles like the gods, most of them also existed in legends. They rarely showed traces. Under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with the normal world order. Assuming that the Lord of Midnight Sun was indeed killed by a demigod powerhouse, then how many demigods participated in the war between the demon realm and the human world? Or perhaps the power of the demigod-level powerhouse is the real key to determining the outcome of the 2 worlds. Why has the demon realm been unable to defeat the human world? Will it have something to do with this? Chinrue was full of doubts. Although he touched the outline of a shocking secret, he still couldn't figure it out. Moreover, compared with such a super powerhouse, his current strength was not enough at all. Unless his strength could reach that level, he could unlock the unknown secrets hidden behind the fog, including the silver box step by step. With Chinrue's current level of ancient runes, he couldn't decipher the seal on the sword of fallen angel. What he needed to do was to observe and record the changes of these runes, then try to crack the seal with the help of Rala. Perhaps it would be an opportunity for Jia to get the sword of Fallen Angel and control the Fallen Angel Empire in the future. In this way, it was completely consistent with the excuse he told Obsidian before. It was really a lucky hit. Chenrue's thoughts turned, but he didn't put away the props and stood up. How is it? Charles, is there a way? Obsidian asked expectantly. Your Highness, I'm a complete layman in mechanics. I only know how to use the props according to the Grand Master's instructions. Obsidian thought about it and secretly laughed at himself for being too impatient. Every skill has its specialization. If I ask about business or politics, this person may be a good hand. With the Grand Master's teacher, he may also know a little about potions. At most, he's half-baked. As for mechanics, of course, he can't be truly proficient. Obsidian didn't know that the ally in front of him was the trio-specialized Mechanic Master and Magic Circle Master who shocked the demon realm. At the same time, he was also known as the genius most likely to become a Grand Master in the mechanic industry. However, speaking of which, this guy knew more than mechanics. He also knew some conspiracies learned from novels and TV, some cooking skills that he honed on a daily basis, a little economics learned from books and practice, a little bit of military knowledge that he learned from the internet, and so on. Chenrue's profession in his previous life was actually an otaku. The environment shaped people. If his crossover target was just a comfortable, rich second generation who was waiting to die, perhaps these potentials and abilities wouldn't be forced out. Chenrue, don't say that I'm bad *SS. In fact, every otaku has the power to save the world. It just depends on whether the Space Administration gives me a chance or not. Chenrue noticed the subtle changes in Obsidian's expression. He was secretly amused and said, In my opinion, according to the reaction of the magic props, it should be quite promising. The Grand Master once said that in order to obtain complete information, I must continuously collect the artifact's information for at least 3 days. I also need to adjust and operate the magic props every day. These props are placed here. I will operate according to the time and steps required by the Grand Master every day for these 3 days. I will have to trouble your Highness by then. I should be the one troubling you, Charles, but I won't be courteous with you. Obsidian looked like a forthright old friend, as if the order to turn hostile and imprison Chenrue in the secret prison was given by someone else. After recording some characteristics of this artifact according to the requirements, I will leave. I hope that the next time I bring the first batch of black potions, I will also bring good news related to the Sword of Fallen Angel. In these 3 days, Obsidian would definitely keep a close eye on the Sword of Fallen Angel. The possibility of taking away the artifact was too small, but Chenrue had another idea. He definitely had to do something. In the future, he might be able to play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Obsidian nodded, then he smiled and said, 3 days! I should have arranged a comfortable residence for you. But I believe you have a more romantic and wonderful place, don't you, my friend? Of course. Chenrue smiled slightly as if he knew me best, but he didn't think so in his heart. Since this huge sum of money is in my hands, the value of Isabella may only be the breeze shadow boots. Moreover, after 3 days, Charles will disappear forever, so there is no need to play any hypocritical game. However, to Chenrue's surprise, when Obsidian personally sent him out of the palace, a luxurious carriage was waiting for him outside the door. Outside the carriage was a woman in a long dress with curly hair and blue eyes. She had a faint smile and was bright and moving. It was the capital's famous flower, Devil's Snare. Obsidian showed a smile that all men understood and patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. Chenrue secretly cursed his bad luck. He couldn't avoid it anyway, so he simply showed surprise in his eyes and strode forward. Chapter 368. Chenrue bid farewell to Obsidian, followed Isabella to the carriage, and came to the residence of the capital's famous flower. Compared with the estrangement last time, Isabella seemed to be a lot more enthusiastic. She took his arm and walked all the way in. It was the same kind of public intimacy. Now, there was no blind guy like Lorden who dared to harass them. All the major families in the capital, including the elder families, had included Charles in the list of people that must not be provoked. "You haven't had lunch yet, right?" Isabella took his arm and sat down. "I have asked the maid to prepare your favorite purple wine and small ribs. Take a break first, and eat something later." "Ms. Isabella," Chinrue looked flattered. I'm not dreaming, right? You didn't want to see me last time. You also said last time that we have to start over." Isabella added. She suddenly let go of her arm and glanced at him bitterly. "Will Sir Charles give me this opportunity?" Chinrue looked at Isabella's thin face, and he imagined the scene of facing Jia last time in his mind. He sighed softly. "You have lost weight." This sentence contained a touch of affection and pity. The corner of Isabella's eyes trembled, and she lowered her gaze to hide it. She touched her face and said, "Is it ugly?" "That word has never been suitable for you. Although I can't deny that I still have my wife in my heart, you are always the most beautiful and delicate flower in any case. Am I a very fickle man? You are a liar." Isabella bit her lip and said, "You obviously have a wife, but you still deceive other women's hearts outside. But you are also a fool. You still mention other women in front of a woman who wants to court you. Don't you know that women will be jealous?" Jealousy. Which master of the devil realm is this illusion? Feng Xianling? Lucifer? Chinrue's mind wandered off, but he had a helpless smile on his face. However, there are such stupid women. They clearly know that this man has other women. They clearly know that they belong to two different worlds, but they just can't control themselves. Isabella's eyes suddenly turned red. She clenched her skirt tightly, and her body trembled slightly, as if she was trying her best to suppress her emotions. If the Demon Realm's little Golden Man Award was to be judged, this woman was definitely a favorite to win. This kind of acting could almost be mistaken as real. Chinrue secretly praised. He cooperated and held her hand emotionally. "Miss Isabella, don't move." Isabella said and let go of his hand, but she gently leaned her forehead on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Drops of tears fell on the sofa and fell on Chinrue's arm. After a long while, his slightly red and swollen eyes slowly opened. "Charles, I'm very tired. I'm a strong woman. But you're just a woman after all." There were only 3 sentences, intermittently. It seemed to be without a beginning and an end. Chinrue had a strange feeling in his heart. He could hardly tell whether this woman was really emotional or acting. Perhaps a good actor needs to be truly devoted when acting. In any case, acting is acting. It can't be done seriously. "Miss Isabella, call me Innie." Isabella raised her head gently. She seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her face gently and slowly moved closer to him. Her reddish-blue eyes were a little hazy. If it was Athena, Kia, or Jia, Chinrue would not hesitate to take the initiative to kiss them, but this was Isabella. The faint floral fragrance in his nose was getting closer and closer. Chinrue's mind couldn't help but ripple a little. The lavender lips had already touched his mouth. "Forget it. I'll just do it to the end if I want to act. Anyway, there's still 3 days, and it's not the first kiss anyway. Anyway, there's no loss at the moment." When the lips touched, Isabella, who took the initiative, seemed to tremble a little. Then she pressed her lips heavily on his, from a light kiss to a passionate kiss of lips and tongues. Chinrue was a little surprised to find that Isabella's kissing skills were much more rusty than he imagined. It seemed that she had little experience. That's not right. Isn't she a famous social butterfly? The breathing of the 2 people who were hugging gradually became heavy. Chinrue felt that a certain part of the 2 plump balls that were squeezed on his chest gradually couldn't be suppressed. It shamefully produced a kind of normal man's reaction. "This is not good. I'm acting a normal script, not an X-rated one. Do you really not want to?" Isabella's beauty was comparable to Jia's. especially her unique, mature, and seductive style. It was particularly moving. Now, she came to my door. Although Chenrue despised his hypocrisy, he still decided to interrupt this passionate scene. It was undeniable that men tended to think with their lower body most of the time, but not all the time or all men. At that moment, the super system suddenly sent a message that poison was found. It made Chenrue's mind wake up suddenly, and his thoughts suddenly disappeared. Poison? In terms of the amount and duration of the aura transformation, this poison is quite fierce. It turns out that her purpose is she actually used this method to poison me. What a devil's snare flower. Sure enough, I'm unknowingly eroded by the poison while I'm obsessed with it. Chenrue moved his mind and temporarily stopped the transformation of the poison. His whole body suddenly felt a strong weakness accompanied by waves of numbness. He couldn't gather his strength, and he actually couldn't move. Isabella slowly loosened her hands that were affectionately around his neck. Chenrue's body suddenly lost its support, and he fell uncontrollably on the sofa. After Isabella entered the hall with Chenrue, all the maids retreated. There was no one nearby. When Chenrue fell, he had quickly turned on the function of automatically absorbing poisonous substances. The feeling of weakness quickly disappeared, but he still pretended to be poisoned on the surface, hoping to launch the most fatal blow at the right time. Why did you do this? Chenrue's body was unable to move, but he could still speak. His expression was naturally incredulous. Isabella didn't have the complacency of succeeding. Her blue eyes showed a faint indifference. Because I want your life. Why? Chenrue really couldn't understand her motive to kill him at this time. Even the force behind her should try to win over Charles, instead of killing him. Isabella gave him a deep look. Because you are a liar. Chenrue's heart was shocked. This is not a joking or flirting tone. Could it be that she really saw through some flaws? No way. Even Obsidian didn't notice it. Besides, there were no twists and turns in the palace previously. I have gotten the huge sum of money very smoothly. Isabella shook her head again and sighed. It would be good if you are just a simple liar. Unfortunately, you are not just a liar. Unfortunately, a liar but also not a liar? Chenrue was at a loss, so he had to ask, I don't understand what you are talking about. If you really want me to die, it is a luxury to die in the hands of the woman I like. It's just that can you let me die knowing? Your acting skills are quite brilliant. Even if I know that you are acting, I still follow you step by step into the role. I was even almost moved by you. It's a pity that I've already been tricked once many years ago. One can't always fall in the same place, right? Isabella smiled faintly. Her smile was as cool as water, and there seemed to be a hint of coldness in her indifference. This is the 4th time I want to kill you. The first 3 times I failed. Isabella was quite confident in the toxin, so she admitted some of the previous things without hesitation. The first time was in Trevant. I wanted you to die in the hands of the evil eye, but unfortunately you are lucky. Not only you didn't die, but you also rescued my rogue nephew. Anyway, I was the capital's envoy at the time. As long as I said a word, I can make you a human spy deserved to die. Besides, you also killed the coachman, Jardel. I can implicate my sworn enemy, Rommel, in this matter. Chenrue was slightly surprised. We met for the first time at that time. You have this kind of killing intent when you meet for the first time? Isabella said indifferently. Because you are a human man, and because I am not a good character, but a poisonous flower. Do I need a more reasonable reason? Chenrue secretly sneered. She is indeed a vicious woman. Even when facing the powerless Chenrue in the dark moon, she also used a killer like evil voodoo. Don't try to delay time to dissolve the poison. I secretly made this poison at a great cost. The more you resist, the more violent it will be, and you can't get rid of it, just like the devil's snare flower. Gradually you will lose all your power, and your soul will be annihilated. Isabella seemed to see through his intention, and continued. The second time was to ambush you with Lorden's hand. Initially, you rescued my nephew, so I didn't want to kill you again, but you wanted to court death yourself. You wanted to use approaching me to achieve a certain purpose. I can only say that you deserve it. But what surprised me was that your strength clearly did not reach the demon overlord, but you killed all 4 of them. By the way, Lorden should want to say something, but the secret potion combined with evil voodoo triggered implied self-explosion. Shinrue had a sudden realization in his heart. No wonder Lorden was full of confidence at that time and pointed out that his strength had not reached the demon emperor. It turned out that Isabella inadvertently revealed it. Lorden's death was also Isabella's means. The third time was when you were taken away by Doran, because at that time I had already determined that you were a liar, real liar. Isabella's side, your money-making game is simply unheard of, especially when the place of operation is in the unfamiliar human world. Although my intuition tells me that there may be a problem, I can't find any loopholes. Shinrue finally showed a surprised look. His plan was based on an ancient deception on the earth called Ponzi scheme. Even in contemporary times, many illegal MLM groups used this principle to amass money. It was invented by an Italian-American, Charles Ponzi, which was why he named himself Charles. In short, Ponzi scheme was to use the money of new investors to pay interest and short-term returns to old investors to create the illusion of making money and then defraud more investments. If it was just to make money, he could slowly use the Ponzi scheme to defraud wealth step by step, but his ultimate goal was political, so he added the black potion as a variable. Shinrue could be sure that it was the first time that the demon realm had such a huge scam, because it was the first time even the cunning Obsidian and Josh were fooled. Unexpectedly, this woman, Isabella, noticed the clue. Your courage is outstanding. The whole plan is ingenious and thorough, and the high profits are even more tempting. Especially in the early stage, Josh and his son also successfully got a large rebate, which is convincing. However, there is one thing that you may have overlooked, or perhaps I, a paranoid woman, used a trick to discover the flaw. Isabella stood up and took a few steps. You should know that my position is the financial assistant. In fact, as rumored, I have actual control over the Empire's finances. The 1 billion black crystal coins that the Regent gave you were all taken out of the treasury through my hands. You may not have thought that I would spend a lot of manpower to make a unique mark on each black crystal coin. When you came to the capital again, you brought back 2 billion with interest. I also monitored the money carefully. Although the money has been processed by a method similar to light magic, the mark still exists. Then the 2 billion that you gave is simply the original 1 billion capital plus the additional 200 million. At this point, I don't think I need to explain more, right? This is actually the stupidest method, but it has exposed your smartest scheme. Shinrue didn't expect to be seen through like this. He sighed secretly. This is not a standalone game. Except for me, the protagonist, the others are just NPCs who provide dialogue. I am not the only smart person in this world, and there are more than one smarter person than me. He did not make a meaningless defense and asked, "So, why didn't you report to Prince Obsidian? To expose me as a liar? You are going to die anyway, so I will tell you the truth. I am not from the fallen angel empire. The so-called Regent's confidant is just a pawn placed by a force called Bloodfall beside Obsidian." Isabella showed a faint sneer. Whether it is the survival or crisis of the fallen angel empire, what does it have to do with me? Bloodfall? It was the first time for Shinrue to hear the name of this force. It was also the biggest potential enemy of the demon realm. The Battle of Crystal Valley had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to this force. The layout of the Bloodfall was quite huge. The Shadow Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire both had hidden forces. Their ambition could be imagined. I don't know if the Bloody Empire has such an arrangement. If not, does it mean that the Bloodfall is the work of the strongest emperor of the Bloody Empire? In the peaceful era, where war can't be launched temporarily, They rely on this method to slowly erode the opponent and finally launch an attack to defeat the two empires and unify the demon realm? Or is it a secret alliance of the fallen royal families, such as Beelzebub and Leviathan, who want to make a comeback and overthrow the three empires in one fell swoop? In any case, judging from the ambition of the Bloodfall, there will definitely be a time to cross paths with this mysterious force again in the future, but not now. Chapter 369. Isabella's words continued. Perhaps she had full confidence in that kind of poison, or perhaps Chinrue was almost a dead man, so she revealed the secret in her heart unhurriedly. Actually, I was deliberately discovered by Rommel when I instigated Lorden. Moreover, when you gave me the black potion before Doran took you away, I already knew that the maid beside you was Rommel's spy, but I didn't kill her. Regardless of whether you succeed in turning the tables, I have another plan, which is to use a substitute to fake his death to leave the capital and the Bloodfall. Chinrue's lips moved, but he didn't ask because he knew that Isabella would continue. I want to ask why I want to leave. One of my relatives, who is also my enemy, has finally died. As long as I lurk in the dark and get rid of another enemy, then I can find a secluded place, change my appearance, or slowly grow old alone, or simply find an honest man to marry. Because I'm really tired. Isabella sighed. She seemed to have removed her usual coquettish disguise. There was only a strong sense of exhaustion and boredom on her face. Chinrue listened silently. The enemy who is a relative should be Sabrina, right? Why did this pair of sisters turn against each other? However, even this plan failed, and it was all because of you. Isabella looked at Chinrue with a complicated look in her eyes. What I can't understand is that after Rommel's lobbying, with your wisdom, it's impossible for you not to judge that the previous things were all planned by me. Why should you be soft-hearted for a woman who wants your life again and again? Why did you get rid of Rommel in turn? What is your purpose? Chinrue still did not answer. Isabella should have seen through a liar from the human world, but she did not discover his deeper purpose. His real purpose was not for money, but to destroy Obsidian for the Dark Moon. Saving Isabella was just to further deepen the conflict between Obsidian and the elder families. It was also the purpose of seeking the Breeze Shadow Boots in the future. However, he didn't expect that Isabella would fake her death to leave the Bloodfall organization. He also didn't expect that he would ruin her plan by accident. Was this the reason why she killed him personally this time? Isabella laughed self-deprecatingly. Actually, we both know very well that, from the beginning, it was just a game of hypocrisy between us. You should know very well what kind of woman I am. I have married many people, but I am just a dissolute and vicious woman. Don't tell me that you've already done it. This joke isn't funny at all. Since you think it's a joke, then there is no need to explain. Chinrue shook his head reluctantly. I just don't understand one thing. How can a dissolute woman be so rusty in kissing skills? I can assume that the men you have married are probably confused by some kind of illusion all the time. Lomont once said that once the power of the evil eye could be truly integrated, the eye of evil would be infinitely useful. In terms of illusion, it was not inferior to the eye of Incubus of the Leviathan royal family. The reason why Isabella knew about Trevant's eye demon lair was that she had probably trained in it and even obtained the eye demon's companion beast. Most of the people she married were just people of high status, not real powerhouses. Therefore, this speculation was very likely, but no one would believe it. According to the reputation of the imperial capital, this Madame Mandala was a debauched socialite who had seen countless men. Isabella sneered, "These aren't the point. If it was 200 years ago, maybe I would have been moved by you, but now, no matter what you say today, you can't escape death. You just said, people can't always fall in the same place." Before launching, Chinrue intended to get more secrets, especially about the Breeze Shadow Boots. As my last request before I die, I want to know, back then it should be 200 years ago, what happened? Isabella was stunned for a while. Then she said faintly, "In fact, it's nothing much." It's just an ignorant girl met a sweet-talking human man who said that she was as pure and beautiful as the snow dowlet in the holy mountain of light, and he wanted to pick a sacred flower with his own hands. The ignorant and stupid girl believed in this man and even had a deep hatred with her sister. As a result, the man never returned after cheating the girl's most precious thing. As time passed, the stupid and ignorant snow dowlet became the poisonous devil snare. It's just such a simple and cliché story. Isabella's words were extremely calm, as if she was narrating a story of someone unrelated to her. But Chunrui could feel that the calm tone contained a deep numbness that was more painful than pain. This numbness he had also seen in Kia's eyes that day. So that's how it is. This poisonous devil snare was also a girl like Snow Dowlet in the past. No wonder when she mentioned Snow Dowlet, she had that kind of reaction. She should have thought of this hateful past. Chinrue secretly smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the flower of light that he thought was a breakthrough was actually a fatal fuse. There should be at least 3 keywords that made her want to kill him the first time they met: human, man, and snow dowlet. But this is not the main reason why I want to kill you this time. If you are just a simple liar, and I am just a tired woman who wants to find someone to rely on, maybe our ending will be different if we go on slowly like this. Unfortunately, you are not. Isabella's tone changed, and she slowly shook her head. You are the royal family of the human world, an illegitimate prince with the body of light blessing, who has great ambitions and wants to seize the throne. I thought that bottle of eternal potion was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. It should be that you changed your original plan to escape by making money. You want to really rely on the power of the demon realm to seize the throne of the human world, and your cooperation with the demon realm will continue for a long time. Bloodmained is a huge organization with equal power and ambition. The conditions they can give you are much more generous than Obsidian, who has many scruples. For someone like you who has been scheming to get the throne, they certainly can't refuse. In fact, I did not report the black potion to Bloodfall, but this organization has more than one insider in the Fallen Angel capital. They have learned about the secret of your cooperation with Obsidian. Since you appeared in the Fallen Angel capital today, the magic message quickly reached the controller of Bloodfall. The person sent by this organization to win you is already on the way to the capital. He will arrive in 2 days at most. At this time, Isabella had no need to lie anymore. Chinrue was secretly surprised. He still miscalculated one thing last time. Isabella did not reveal the secret of the black potion, but it was someone else. The problem should be on Obsidian's side. It was probably someone very close to him. Once the demon realm's unique resource, the black potion, is obtained, the strength of Bloodfall will be greatly enhanced. When the time comes, the demon realm will fall into complete chaos. I won't watch this happen. This is one of the reasons why you have to die. However, I'm not so great. Saving the demon realm has nothing to do with the ambition of a selfish woman like me. Isabella laughed self-deprecatingly. I joined this organization out of helplessness. My father and brother died because of this organization. I just want revenge. Another important reason is that, according to my intel, the person who Bloodfall sent to the capital to contact you this time is exactly another enemy of mine. I must kill him. The death of my father and brother? Another enemy? Chinrue seemed to think of something, and the name of an enemy faintly appeared in his mind. This enemy is very powerful. I'm not his opponent, so I can only make use of you. Soon, your soul power will gradually dissipate, and you'll become a puppet under my control. Furthermore, just like Lorden, you'll have terrifying energy that can explode at any time. At that time, I will control you to meet that enemy. Then I will wait for the opportunity to attack. However, his strength is the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. It is also very dangerous for me to attack this time. It is very likely that I will die. Consider it as, I will die with you. After Isabella finished speaking, she glanced at him faintly. Now, do you regret it? Regret that you met such a selfish and vicious woman like me? Chinrue looked at Isabella quietly. He did not feel fear or anger because of her words. This should be the truest side of this devil's snare flower now. The reason why she wanted to kill me was to prevent the black potion from falling into the hands of the Bloodfall organization and to avenge the enemy. In fact, everyone is self-centered. Isabella's experience was worthy of sympathy, but it did not mean that it could be completely forgiven. From the perspective of Charles, he was just an innocent person who even paid a lot for her, but he was treated like this. Before my soul dissipates, I have one last question. What is the name of your enemy? Isabella felt a little strange that he still asked such an unnecessary question at this time, but she still said it. Brock, Leviathan, the current patriarch of the Envy royal family. He is the head of the 3 generals of the Shadow Empire in name and an elite member of the Bloodfall. My only closest brother died in his hands. It really is Brock. He actually climbed to the position of Leviathan's patriarch. Manu has really, in this way, although Isabella had a bad attitude towards Lomont on the surface, she still remembered the kinship of Lomont's father. An unpolished jade is worthless. The incident in the Trevant Demon Cave should not be to kill Lomont, but a test or training for him. Ms. Isabella, there is such a sentence. Sometimes we may not be able to choose the beginning, but we can choose the end that belongs to us. As he said, Chinrue slowly stood up. Isabella's pupil shrank, and her face showed disbelief. According to the poison and the time of the attack, Charles should not have this strength. Also, from the calm expression and the faintly discernible breath of power, it doesn't look like he is deeply poisoned. Isabella's left eye suddenly turned golden, and a powerful aura burst out. She was ready to deal with the opponent's attack at any time. If I really want to attack you, it is easier to sneak attack than to be bold in that situation just now. Chinrue shook his head. For a woman who tried to kill me 4 times, I definitely can't let her go. However, I only think of one thing now, which is to kill the person named Brock. Isabella was shocked. She could hardly believe her ears. In the end, we may go our separate ways or even become enemies. It is also possible that the next time we meet, we will just be strangers passing by each other. But before that, I will do this for you. Perhaps this is the last thing I will do for you. This sentence was actually a pun. As he said, Chinrue looked at her with a deep meaning. I swear by the body of light blessing that I will kill Brock. Leviathan. Killing Brock was actually Chinrue's vow long ago. Now that he heard the news of Brock's arrival, he naturally would never let go of this opportunity. Therefore, he decided to temporarily put aside the grievances with Isabella and join forces to deal with the biggest enemy. These words sounded incredible to Isabella's ears. Although she could always feel that it was unreal in the past, this vow was sonorous and powerful. It was not artificial at all. It was the first time I saw such a stupid man. However, this man was not really stupid. A plan almost deceived the entire demon realm. He was a terrifying wise man and also a politician who urgently needed the help of the demon realm to seize the throne. Wouldn't killing Brock completely destroy the hope of joining forces with Bloodfall? Moreover, it would also attract the revenge of that huge force. There would be endless troubles in the future. Why? Is it really because of that unfunny joke? Isabella's eyes were intertwined with a complicated look. For the first time, the lake of her heart that was as still as stagnant water began to ripple. Charles. Isabella opened her mouth as if she wanted to ask what was going on, but she finally did not have the courage to say it. If I met this man back then. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. Now, I'm just a sinister and vicious woman. In fact, Chinrue's real intention was just to stabilize Isabella, even if he really wanted to fall out with her. Regardless of who won or lost, now was not the time. He must first deal with the more important common enemy. Isabella was decisive and ruthless. She was by no means a kind person, but perhaps she was not bad in nature, so it was still excusable. However, Even if he didn't pursue those old grudges for the time being, the Dark Moon's matter was too important, and it couldn't be leaked at all. As for Brock, he must be killed. Of course, it was not for Isabella, but for Delia and Lomont. Okay, we don't have much time left. Chinrue looked solemn, as if nothing happened just now. I need to get accurate information about Brock. Then we will discuss how to deal with this guy. As for other things, let's put it aside first, okay? Isabella took a deep breath. In any case, Brock was the biggest enemy at present. She immediately suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind and finally nodded. Okay. Chapter 370. Brock, who was rushing to the fallen angel capital, didn't know that the person he was fighting for this time, Charles, had already learned of his arrival in advance. Moreover, he had prepared a special welcome ceremony. Actually, Brock's situation during this period of time was quite good. Brock was seriously injured when he took the risk to deal with Manu last time, but he also gained a lot. Although the demon overlord level flesh and blood power that he devoured using the secret technique had not been completely digested, his pure power was already very close to the demon overlord level. Only the breakthrough of the territory was left. As long as he could understand the demon overlord level territory, then he could enter the level of the peak powerhouse, not the ordinary category of demigod. Besides, with his powerful bloodline talent, he was definitely the best among the demon overlords of the same level. At present, he was only one step away from this highest level. Through a series of thunderous means, Brock destroyed Manu's confidants, controlled the remaining power of the Leviathan royal family, and obtained the official recognition of the Bloodful. He successfully took over the power in the hands of the seriously injured Manu. However, Brock was even more fearful of the Dark Shadow Empire's Catherine, who severely injured Manu, defeated the Crystal Dragon and Asgalar. He was extremely low-key in the Shadow Empire. Many resolutions, including some army restructuring, were first to respond to the Empress call. He created a loyal appearance and got a good reputation. Brock did this just to lower his stance and pretend to surrender. He also knew that his power was deeply rooted. In particular, his father-in-law was the biggest hero who supported the Empress to ascend the throne and quell the rebellion. Although he had retired, his influence in the army and the court was still huge. Her Majesty Empress would not touch him for the time being. I can just use this precious time to quickly enhance my own strength and strive to break through to the demon overlord as soon as possible. In case the infiltration of the Shadow Empire failed, he could still get the highest treatment and be put in an important position when he returned to the Bloodful. This was the importance of strength. As for Empress Catherine's army restructuring measures, Brock was not worried because the Fireblade Legion had always been firmly controlled by him. Besides, they guarded the Jurgle Fortress on the border with the Bloody Empire. It belonged to the Throat area. No matter how the reform was, as long as he, the Legion leader, was still in the position of Supreme Commander, it would never cause any trouble. Bailuo was quite confident about this. The only regret was the loss of the elusive demon shield. The elusive demon shield fell into the hands of Delia, and he hadn't been able to find the whereabouts of his sister. Besides, the demon shield was likely to be deceived by the trio-specialized genius master, as Manu said before his death. For this reason, Brock had set a lot of eyes and ears in the Mechanic Association. The hateful thing was that this guy never showed up, as if he had evaporated into thin air. This time, going to the fallen angel capital to fight for the human with black potion resources was the first important mission that Brock fought for after taking over Manu's position. After learning all the relevant information, Brock had full confidence to persuade this human prince who had a similar experience to himself. Not only that, the rare black potion resources also made Brock drool. Maybe this was an important opportunity for him to break through to Demon Overlord. Therefore, he was determined to win this trip. In case he failed to win over Chinrue, even if he had to turn hostile and make a move, he would capture this human back and try to control him. In any case, the black potion would be in Brock's pocket. Chinrue completed the last detection of the artifact. bid farewell to Obsidian, and walked out of the palace. In the past few days, the Royal Highness Regent had shown great enthusiasm. Every day, there were banquets and balls specially held for him, which made Chenrue tired of dealing with them. Fortunately, after staying for one night at most, he would leave the capital and return to the human world the next day. Every time he observed the artifact, Obsidian would stay close. Although the two had become stable allies, and although Charles had no motive to run away with the artifact, Obsidian still showed considerable caution. He didn't give Chenrue a chance to steal the sword at all. Therefore, Chenrue could only record the ancient runes of the artifact according to the most unsatisfactory plan, and he made a little trick on the sword of Fallen Angel just in case. There was a carriage parked outside the palace. As everyone knew, this was the carriage of the capital's famous flower, Isabella. These days, Isabella and the palace's senior consultant were very close. They were almost glued to each other. They went out to play during the day, and Charles stayed at the Devil's Snare Flower's house at night. One could know what the two were doing without thinking. There were already rumors describing how powerful this Sir Charles was in a certain aspect, and how he tortured the Devil's Snare Flower to cry and beg for mercy on the bed. However, the truth and the appearance often had discrepancies, and sometimes the discrepancies were quite big. The poisonous death kiss was actually the most intimate action between the two so far, and there was never a second time. As he approached the carriage, a line of eye-catching data suddenly appeared in the analytical eyes. Chenrue raised his brows slightly. What should come has finally come. He adjusted his breathing, calmed his mind, and walked into the carriage without stopping. There was a faint fragrance in the carriage. It was the smell of Isabella's favorite black tulip. However, in addition to Isabella, there was another person. This person was dressed in a robe and had a big beard. It was an unfamiliar face, but he actually had a bit of the demeanor of Uncle Bin Laden in another world. However, Chenrue still recognized this person at a glance, not to mention the familiar facial features. Just the faintly visible potholes and spots on his face were Chenrue's masterpiece when he was in the Silent Night wetland. At that time, he was only the strength of higher demon. Brock. Race. Envy royal family mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment, A+. Strength, A+ physique, A+ spirit, A+ speed, A+. Each quality had reached the peak of the Demon Emperor level. It was quite balanced. Moreover, Chenrue had also seen his mutated incubus eyes talent with his own eyes. It was very powerful. Who is this person? Chenrue's tone was filled with undisguised disgust. On the surface, it seemed that he was naturally unhappy with the strange man who appeared next to his woman. I'm Isabella's friend. Brock spoke first. Sir Charles, my name is Brock. I've come from afar to visit Sir. In order to express my apology for coming unannounced, here is a small gift. Please accept it. Chenrue looked at the space ring that Brock handed over and frowned. He looked at Isabella beside him. Isabella's expression was a little cold, but she still nodded. This reaction was also very normal. She already had a bad relationship with Brock in the organization. This time, it was just for the sake of the big picture. Chenrue then took it and glanced at Brock cautiously. He used his spirit power to explore the space ring. It was actually full of the most precious gold crystals. It seemed that the Bloodfall had put in a lot of capital just for this greeting gift. Although Chenrue wanted to do the same thing to trick these guys again, Isabella's example made him put away his complacency. There were many wise people in the demon realm, especially this ambitious, mysterious organization. It was difficult to guarantee that they would not reveal their flaws again. In this plan, the Dark Moon's follow-up actions were closely linked, and there was no room for additional problems. The Bloodfall organization was not Obsidian, who was restrained by the Lord and the elder families. They were unscrupulous in their actions. Once he overreached himself, he would be trapped instead. It was better not to be too greedy. He should complete the current plan of the fallen angel empire first. He believed that there would be opportunities to fight in the future. The focus this time was Brock. This gift isn't small. Chinrue turned his mind back, but he handed back the space ring. I don't think, with our friendship that we have never met, it is necessary to accept this level of apology. He's actually not tempted in the face of such a huge wealth? Brock nodded secretly. He is indeed a royal family nobleman who has seen big scenes. It seems that he is a person who does big things. Friendship comes from interaction. This is the beginning of our friendship. Brock did not take the space ring. Chinrue received Isabella's hint with her eyes. He hesitated a little, then he accepted the ring. The carriage stopped, and Isabella said, "You guys go to the Leisure Moon Inn first. It is the 7th courtyard from last time. I have booked that courtyard for a month. Now I will go back to the house to change my clothes first. I will come later." The Leisure Moon Inn was a famous village-type leisure place in the suburbs of the capital city. It was the property of a certain elder family. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, covering a large area. The environment was elegant, the scenery was pleasant, and there were a series of services such as delicious food and beautiful women. Many high-ranking officials and nobles liked to go there. "Innie, I'd better wait for you to go with me." Isabella glanced at him coquettishly. "Don't you know that it takes the most time for a woman to dress up?" "All right then." Chinrue smiled slightly and squeezed her hand. Isabella smiled and walked down the carriage. Brock saw the intimacy between the two. He secretly thought that this Charles was indeed like what the intelligence said. He had an affair with Isabella. In the future, he could consider using beauty to win over or control him. After Isabella left, the carriage took the two all the way to the Leisure Moon Inn. In the face of Chinrue's indifferent attitude, Brock showed considerable patience. He just talked about random things, intentionally or unintentionally showing the self-restraint of a high-ranking noble. When they got off the carriage, the relationship between the two had obviously improved a little. It was not the first time for Chinrue to come to the Leisure Moon Inn. Moreover, the reputation of the senior consultant was well known in the capital city recently. Immediately, a maid led the two to the number 7 courtyard that Isabella had booked. The number 7 courtyard was an independent private room set on a mountain peak. The environment was very quiet. It was equivalent to a small manor with all the necessary settings. Chinrue came to the exquisite stone table in the courtyard and sat down. Brock also followed and sat opposite. A beautiful maid served drinks and snacks. A stick of incense was lit in the courtyard. The faint mist exuded a strange fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. Incense was one of the hobbies of the demon realm's upper-class nobles. The more advanced the incense, the more it showed one's identity. Chinrue waved his hand to let the maid leave. He squinted his eyes and took a light breath. He seemed to be savoring the feeling of this incense. Brock asked, "Sir Charles, do you also like the demon realm's dragon incense?" "This dragon incense is not the best. The taste is a bit rough." Chinrue slowly opened his eyes, flashing a strange light. Listening to Sir Brock's tone, "You already know that I'm not from the demon realm?" Brock smiled slightly. "First of all, please forgive my rudeness. I know many things about Sir, including the body of light blessing, the cooperation with Prince Obsidian, and some kind of unique, precious resource in the demon realm. What is the relationship between you and Isabella?" Chinrue showed vigilance. "No, there are some things that even she doesn't know." Brock thought he replied cleverly. "If I don't even have this ability, how can I be qualified to sit opposite Sir now? I don't like to beat around the bush with strangers, especially men." Chinrue frowned. "Sir Brock, you should be a real aristocrat. You are generous, knowledgeable, and courageous. It's just that I hope our dialogue can get rid of the common courtesy and hypocrisy of those aristocrats. There is no one else here. What is your intention? You may as well say it directly." Brock saw that the maids had left, and he nodded. Since this is the case, I will say it clearly. I hope to establish a long-term and close cooperative relationship with Sir. I will give Sir all the help you need without limit. The condition is that the precious resources at Sir's hand can only be supplied to me. Chinrue frowned even tighter. Sir's intelligence power is indeed amazing, but I already have a long-term partner. His conditions are the same as yours. I don't intend to abandon this existing cooperative relationship. Brock shook his head. You are wrong. My conditions are different from his. To be precise, it is the huge force that I represent. What region Obsidian can give you, we can give you. What Obsidian can't give you, we can also give you. For example, a larger amount of wealth, excellent weapons and equipment, secret potions that can control people and self-destruct, secret ordnance that has never appeared in the human world or even the demon realm, etc. Even your own strength, we can help you improve quickly. Chinrue's eyes flickered as he listened. He looked tempted, but he was sneering in his heart. Let's put wealth aside first. I have already seen those so-called secret potions and secret weapons in the Mystic Valley of the Crystal Valley. Brock never dreamed that the human prince in front of him was actually the biggest culprit who destroyed the Mystic Valley and the Crystal Valley while cheating away the demon shield. Chinrue's tempted look was already expected by Brock. Judging from the information he had, the real purpose of this Charles' cooperation with Obsidian was not simply to make profits, but to use the power of the demon realm to seize the throne of the human world. Therefore, there was no reason to refuse such attractive conditions. After a long time, Chinrue said, I have to admit that what you said is indeed very tempting. However, why should I believe your words? Brock was secretly delighted when he heard that there was a chance. He took out 2 space bracelets. Sir Charles, you can take a look at the things in these 2 bracelets. Chinrue explored with his spirit power. There was a large number of excellent weapons and armors in one bracelet, and there were also secret potions and various ordnance. Some of them were actually not seen in the Mystic Valley. There should not be many bases like the Crystal Valley, but I'm afraid there is more than one. In any case, these are unexpected gains. Please accept these and take some time to check the quality or effect. I believe that with your Highness' judgment, you should be able to make the most correct choice. This is just a part of the sample. As long as your Highness agrees to cooperate, we will continuously supply wealth and these equipment to your Highness. Compared with Obsidian, your Highness should know who is lighter and who is more important. In order to further increase the appeal of his lobbying, the title in Brock's mouth had been changed to Your Highness. He was quite confident in the conditions he offered. If Chinrue was really the constructed character Charles, the illegitimate son who wanted to regain the status of the prince or even the throne, then, as Isabella worried, he would definitely be unable to resist the temptation of Bloodfall. Unfortunately, he was not. Not only was he not, but he was also an old friend that Brock and even Bloodfall would never forget. Chinrue secretly calculated the time and showed a thoughtful look. His toes seemed to be tapping the ground habitually. If one listened carefully, they should be able to find that this was a strange rhythm. Brock did not notice this. He was still trying his best to use his eloquence to persuade this Charles, who seemed to be more and more interested. To be honest, Your Highness, I am also a royal family of demons. Like Your Highness, I once had something that belonged to me taken away. I understand Your Highness' feelings very well. Now, with the help of those people, I have regained a considerable part of it, and there will be more in the future. Brock was speaking with fervor and assurance when he suddenly felt a strange warning sign. If he had not faintly touched the edge of the demon overlord realm, he would not have such a keen sixth sense. Although the contact with the other party had been quite smooth, and there should not be any danger now, as a powerhouse who had experienced hundreds of battles, he believed in this intuition more. He didn't care about being rude and so on, and he reacted without thinking. Reality proved that his reaction was correct. Just as Bailuo was retreating at an extremely fast speed. The stone bench suddenly emitted rays of light that shot in all directions, enveloping him in thousands of threads. Although Brock's mental reaction was fast, his body seemed to be affected in some way. His strength was weakened a lot out of nowhere, and his speed slowed down out of nowhere. He was already wrapped by the scattered light. The scattered light extended infinitely as it touched his body. It was like a rope that firmly bound his limbs. Chinrue just patted the ground rhythmically, just now to use a specific sound frequency to activate this magic gear. This magic gear was one of the means that Isabella set up when they dated, after booking this 7th courtyard. It combined dragon inscription and magic circle, and a little bit of ancient runes. Unfortunately, it was quite limited. Brock struggled hard, but he couldn't get out for a while. He felt that his body seemed to be a lot weaker for no reason. It seemed that he was poisoned by some kind of stubborn poison. His gaze fell on the dragon incense, and his face changed drastically. Could it be because of this incense? No wonder Charles deliberately said that the smell of this incense was astringent and not the best. It turned out that it was to dispel my suspicion. The other party may have taken the antidote in advance. It doesn't make sense at all. With the generous conditions offered by Bloodfall, if it was me, Brock, I would also agree. It is even more impossible to turn hostile and make a move. Moreover, this method does not seem to be used temporarily. It seems to have been planned for a long time. Why?